So, we're back to Breath of Fire for Session 3. Now, one thing I want to note right off the top, I made a mistake. Breath of Fire Session 2 is only just now going up on YouTube because, I may or may not have either had an issue with the upload and then forgot, or just plain forgot. But when I went and checked today, because I was like, what session is this? I didn't remember. So I went to the YouTube channel and took a look, and noticed there was only one session up, and that's clearly not correct. I knew we had done more than one session, so it's like, okay, let me go back and look at Twitch. Oh, session 2's just sitting there, unuploaded. So that's currently in the process of going up. It should be up by the end of today, as long as YouTube works properly, which varies very greatly in how well that works out. But yeah, apologies for that. That was a whole issue in and of itself. I genuinely don't know what happened. Wait, no, I think I do know what happened. No, that's not correct. Brain was like, oh yeah, that was because of the birthday stream. It's like, no, the birthday stream was after the first session of Breath of Fire, which did actually go up, so no, you don't have that excuse. No, I don't know what happened there. I genuinely don't have any idea why I ended up not putting it up. But it is in the process, so it'll be up before long. And this one will still go up tomorrow as intended. So anybody who wants to see the whole thing will still get to see it. It's a good thing that I checked, otherwise we would have actually lost Session 2 entirely. And that would have meant I would have had to do something to work around that. I don't know what I would have done, considering there was a lot that we talked about during that one. And other than that, apparently today's my affiliate anniversary. Didn't realize that. Didn't notice. I'm very bad at dates of things like that. I saw the pop-up in my own chat when I was testing everything to make sure everything was going to work today. So apparently that's a thing that's happening? Who knew? But back on the topic of Breath of Fire, last time we went and fetched the gentleman you see at the top of our lineup here, Karn. He is a very capable thief whom we need the assistance of. Now, why we need his assistance is pursuant to other things that happened last time. We ended up coming here to this golden town, and we found out that there is someone's daughter trapped in a very rich man's safe. So we need Karn to pop open that safe. Now I'm going to pop out of town for a second here so we can have a look at the map so I can explain a couple other things that transpired along the way. So last time we took care of the issue of the dam above these two towns you see here toward the middle of the screen. They were having issues between them because of the fact that the town on the left had a relic that the Dark Dragon Clan wanted. So the Dark Dragon Clan built a dam in that body of water you see above them, preventing water from passing down, thus destroying crops and everything of that nature. We used a giant mechanical old golem that we discovered after stealing the key from Agua, which was over, or in this area, up toward the top, up nearby Romero, which Romero had its whole other issue in that Romero had cursed soil that was making the dead rise. So we got cleansing water to put on the ground there, took care of that whole situation. That's how we found out how to get into Agua to get the key for the golem. Now, the problem that ended up happening, and it's not reflected on the map here, is, that right-hand village doesn't exist anymore. The general we fought over the golem to take in the first place came back and used the golem while we were away from it for a wedding over in the left-hand village to blow up the right-hand village. We are unsure how many people died in that, because we weren't there to see that, and I didn't take the time to go check that village, because you can't actually walk inside it, and short of running around the left-hand town to double-check everybody that was there, we have no real way of checking that. But after blowing up that village, the golem stopped on its own, thus preventing the general from doing more harm. We went in, took care of him completely this time, regained control of the golem, who then walked into the volcano slightly below that right-hand town, which caused a lava flow to bar up part of the river you see going left to right down there, which allowed us to cross and get down into where we are now. On our way down here, we, the main character, who is at the back of the line there, the young man with the blue hair, or for those unfamiliar, gained his ability to turn into 3 separate dragon forms: the snow dragon, the fire dragon, and the thunder dragon, by passing a test in a building we found along the way here. Now, I was talking about the Dark Dragon Clan and everything, and you may be wondering, well, what's the deal with them? We don't know too much detail about that as of yet, but we do know that they're very interested in a set of goddess keys attached to a goddess of desire that would grant any wish. So they're obviously tearing things up, taking things over in search of those keys, including taking out the Light Dragon Clan, or at least trying to, which is where our character comes from. We were saved from that situation by one of the few members of the Light Dragon Clan who still had any power, turning the village to stone, and then distracting the Dark Dragon Clan members that were attacking, long enough for them to, I guess, not bother to notice the statues? It's a whole thing. We went on a tear from there, in which we went from our village, which is the one at the bottom of the landmass you see there, up to the city, yep, and right there, which was being occupied indirectly, of sorts. Well, it was directly occupied by monsters in the castle there, but it's safe to say that the monster invasion there was related to the Dark Dragons occupying the town you see in the center of the camera right now, which ended up being destroyed by us with the earthquake machine they were using to intimidate people, as we pulled the key out of it and then the town blew up. That was a whole thing. After our adventures in destroying the earthquake machine, we met at Nina, right here, princess of the winged folk that live in the castle right there in the middle, in that tight bit of land there. Had to go face off against a wizard to save her. His winged folk were not able to fight the wizard because he had a gas that specifically could harm winged folk. That's the short version of that one. Part of the entire situation over here with the twin villages was there was also a fake... There was an imposter elder in the right-hand town. When we met Bo, our companion here with all the magic, during that whole endeavor. He joined us, I believe it was right after we walloped the imposter chief, because he had went and found the real chief in the meantime. And we've been working together ever since. That is your recap of everything, more or less, that's happened along the way here. There's a couple things omitted because of brevity, but it's the main idea there. Oh yeah, we still keep getting arrested here. Now, I did this on purpose to show you Karn was in fact the same man sleeping in this bed that we kept waking up to get us out of here. Now that Karn is in the party, we don't need to wake anybody up. We just unlock the door and leave. And for some reason, the guards here don't acknowledge us leaving the guardhouse. We just walk out on our own. I just think that's amusing. So I made sure to point that out again. Well, let's go get into the safe over here and see about freeing the person that is supposedly trapped. Proof of that situation. My daughter is locked in the safe. Please save her. Yeah. The safe being down in the basement over here. Now, as you might gather, I don't really believe that whole shtick, but we may as well find out. Now there's somebody locked in there. You want the light key? Father wants to give it to the Dark Dragons. If my mother was alive, she would have told him to do the right thing. Well, we're at an impasse here, huh? The light key was also moved to the safe here, as opposed to being in the light keep, where it apparently was kept before, which is also why it is dark over in the City of Thieves, off to the right. If I don't give up the key, they'll harm my daughter. Alright, we're at an impasse here. She wants to sit in the safe and protect the key. He wants to protect her by giving up the key. So clearly we got something we need to do something about here. The implication is that we need to find a way for him to talk to his dead wife. Now, it's worth noting that this is a part of the game I genuinely do not remember. I'm not reading these dialogues out because we've read these last time. I'm just double-checking things. Oh yeah, and you may be wondering, why are we even involved in this to begin with? We apparently need to get to Scand, which means we need a boat. Now, the only boat around is this one over here. And this man works for the guy whose daughter we're trying to help. So he won't sail without Ross's go-ahead, and Ross won't give us the go-ahead until his problem is solved. So we're stuck here, in theory at the very least, until that gets sorted out. Which then, as usual, leaves it to us to sort it out. Oh yeah, we were already down in that desert, by the way. That's where we picked up Karn, is we had to help him get the Book of Thieves to get him his abilities to do what he needs to do. Turned out, said Book of Thieves was really just, hey, you need to be confident in your ability to be a thief. You don't need a book. And then he became a better thief as a result, and that's what that was. I have an idea. At the very least, there's something I want to follow up on. So we're going back to Bleak. There's a couple things in this area that I want to follow up on. Not actually here in Bleak itself, but Bleak is nearer to what I want to follow up on. Oh yeah, and at the end last time, I restocked on these marbles, which work essentially like repels. So we will not be needing to worry about encounters while I do what I'm doing. His stop number 1 is going back into this tower. Actually, no. We're gonna go into the area that led to Bleak first, back into the cave leading in here. Because there was a bunch of locked doors in here. The tower also had locked doors, but I think the tower might actually be where we need to go. So we're gonna hold off on that idea for the moment. Because I want to clean this up first. His Karn's whole thing is that he can open doors for us. And for those wondering why that gold bar is a good thing to have gotten, that's what we spent to get the icicle to get the ability to go into the desert to go get Karn in the first place. So we basically just got a rebate of the 45,000 gold we spent there. There was at least one other locked door, I believe, down in this section down here. Yeah, right here. Which this one's just a shortcut, I believe. I think that gold bar might have been the only thing down here, but I'm just making sure. So just bear with me on that one while I verify things. Yeah, because that was broken open already. This is the one I just opened, I think, right? Oh no, this is just a very similar spot. I'm glad I double checked. The dart. What does the dart do? I'm assuming it's a weapon for someone. Ah, it's a Karn weapon. Okay, and I hit the wrong button. Let's actually go in here, though, because I can look at it properly this way. Attack power 46, weight 2, one-handed. Who can equip it? Karn. So I'm gonna assume it's a better weapon for him, then. Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. That's gonna make him much more relevant. Like, he was already doing okay, despite being 7 levels below the lowest member of our team. '90 attack, though, definitely makes him relevant. Because if we take a look, Nina, for example, who admittedly her primary function is healing us and buffing us, has half of that. Bo is only slightly higher than that with 104, and we are only a little above Bo, so he's already, like, nearly in parity for attack when he's that many levels down. So you can imagine how his attack is going to flourish for us as long as he's properly equipped. And doubly so once he catches up. Yeah, there's a bunch of things socked away like that you want to go find. Thank you, Jess. I hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah, that's everything that was down here as far as I can tell. So, next stop, the tower, because I believe there are some locked doors elsewhere we can go back and open as well. Oh, wait, yeah, I did mark down one. So we're gonna go back to Wingland Castle first. Because we're gonna end up warping back to Bleak to get back to the tower conveniently anyway. So let's go back to Wingland Castle. Just doing a little bit of cleanup, because it will make our lives easier Yeah, I don't need the marble on while I'm in here. This place is friendly to us. They love us considering we saved their princess and their king. So, you know, we're their favorite people right now. So I'm sure they won't mind if I just pick the lock on their royal storage and walk off with some of their stuff, you know. I'm the good guy here. I'm their hero. They clearly won't be upset about it. After all, it's right here. Ta-da! Broken sword. Turban. Flame rapier. Cure. Life 2. And life. Yeah, they're not paid enough to care about what I just did. They're like, oh, the hero stole the treasury? The king probably told him it's fine. And if he didn't, well, you know, it's not our problem. Now, I want to have a little bit of a conversation about this broken sword, in particular. You'll notice it's actually not too bad already. Attack power 42, weight 15, one-handed. We can use it. There's a funny thing about that. And you're going to want to close your ears for a second if you don't want spoilers. But I'm going to talk about this now because there are many, many occasions of a problem occurring with that broken sword. And I believe it's this one at the very least. I may be getting it mixed up with another one. Because there's a broken sword and there's also a melted sword, from what I recall, in this series. But I seem to recall that both of them actually turn into some of the best weapons in the game. And it's very common that people sell or throw these broken and melted weapons away. And that's why I always keep hold of copies of weapons that I find in games that I don't have an inventory limit in. This is the situation that taught me that. And that's why I'm mentioning that here and now. Because it's not major spoilers. It's not a plot thing. It's just a, hey, this is a weapon you're gonna want to hold on to. And I could be remembering wrong about this one in particular. But you'll notice, even this actually does make us stronger, but it makes us a lot slower. So there's a trade there, depending on what you want to do. More importantly to me right now is the Flame Rapier, which makes Nina actually a bit more relevant in combat. And this Turban is probably not half bad. Yeah, actually that balances out the speed and magic and everything down she just got, so we'll give her the Turban. That'll work out just fine. Yeah, you know, it's got some, like, magic material to use as a core for a better thing, or some nonsense, yeah. It's one of those things that the more games like this you experience, the less likely you are to make that mistake. But it was one of those first times encountering this situation type deals, which end up really throwing you off. So you end up falling for the bait of, oh yeah, that's broken. Clearly I don't need to hang on to it. As soon as it's no longer relevant, we throw it away. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's the origin point of my suspicion about starting weapons and such. It's like, you know, what if this turns into something better later, though? What if I'm supposed to hang on to this? So what I'm gonna do is I'm putting that broken sword in storage. So I'm not tempted to throw it away at any point. There's just so many moments like that where they pull a funny on you. And I don't remember if the fife or anything gets used again later, so I'm gonna hang on to most of those. This game kind of teaches you to hang on to things a bit anyway, because of situations like the earthquake key, which is usable in battle. But you would otherwise be tempted to throw it away because it's like, oh, it doesn't do anything plot-wise anymore. Why would I hang on to this? But it's actually like an incredibly useful combat item, which it never tells you that it is. God, this inventory is a nightmare, though. You don't need the regular antler, since it won't stack with anything else we have. It's a thing that comes up a surprising amount. Oh, these white antlers don't stack? Oh, that's a shame. We'll go ahead and sell one of them. We'll hang on to one just for posterity's sake. I just need to make sure I have some inventory space to be functional. And I think we don't actually need the pouch for anything, but I'm gonna hang on to it for now, just in case I'm forgetting something about Bleak. So I know there was the interaction in the inn with the pouch, but I don't remember what other interactions there are. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do to be smart? I'm actually gonna go ahead and put things like the fife in such a way as well. This way we don't get rid of them, but we don't have them taking up space. Like the icicle... No, I can't store that. So anything I can store, I presume, is less important then. But considering the icicle was the thing I was certain I didn't want anymore, that's upsetting that I can't store that. This key will open the cave. Yeah, the king key is what we needed for that. We don't need the tablet anymore because that was just the password to a GUA. And yeah, there is a physical book for the secrets of the thieves. But the main secret was you didn't need the secrets. So yeah, we'll put the cave key and the tablet away at the very least. The fife I'm allowed to put away, so I guess I'll put it away. I was debating checking to see if that was usable in combat, but we just won't worry about it. And the rest of those odds and ends are going to get moved to the bottom of the inventory, so they're out of the way. So, like, the icicle goes down here. Book goes down here. Yeah... I don't know if there would have been any real differences between a Japanese version and the version I played, but I would assume not enough different to be less painful. Okay. Right, you can't stack things that way. This is gonna look stupid, but bear with me a second while I fix my inventory. I'm gonna sell that one antidote and buy a new one, if this place even sells them. Because for some reason your sort function doesn't stack things for you. It'll just switch the place of the stacks. It's infuriating. This way we still have 9 antidotes, but they're actually correctly together. We're keeping the broadsword because I alternate on the main character between the broadsword and the boomerang. Yeah, that makes sense. Similar situation that I was in repeatedly of like, okay, don't really have a viable way to fix this. We just need to step out and come back in better shape. I probably don't need 2 stacks of antidotes, but I'm gonna hang on to them anyway. Prevent issues. The pouch can also go to the bottom here. Same with the gold bar. Just keep things that'll be actually used up here. Oh, yeah. The options being either reset or walk out, yeah, which basically ends up being the same thing. And I don't think the shop here had anything we actually wanted anymore. I'm pretty sure I bought everything. Because we've not really been having a money problem with this game. Oh, that's right, yeah. I forgot that there was a... Actually, I don't think I ever actually walked out when I was doing it either. I know I thought about it, but I guess I never actually did it. Right. But I would have no context for the remakes because I didn't play them. I mean, it makes sense because you're in the final battle at that point. You shouldn't be expecting to walk away from the final battle. Now, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to use a marble, and then I'm going to go in the tower. Yeah, I don't factor that a spoiler because the information is no longer relevant. Spoilers, to my mind, only matter if it's something ahead of me. If it's behind me, that's fine. That's hindsight information instead of spoilers at that point. Yeah, now we can access this tower, and I'm pretty sure this is where we need to be. Because Karn is the only reason we can even go through locked doors. I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting a locked door somewhere else where we could pick up some more goodies, but we can figure that out in the future. Oh yeah, this I think is the old man that they were talking about that talks to ghosts. If you're the legendary hero, I'll give you my treasure. Climb the tower to meet the ghosts and prove your worth. He's gonna guard that treasure until we deal with the ghosts. Guess they weren't kidding about him talking to ghosts, and we'll go ahead and let the marble expire. Because at this point, I believe, is where new enemies might start showing up, and Karn needs to catch up in level anyway. I just didn't want to have to fight a bunch of encounters while I was doing backtracking. No, unfortunately, these heroes are too honorable for their own good. They won't do it. I would absolutely just knock him over and take the stuff. These are just the shadows we fought before. I have no reason to worry about doing that. Yeah, you know, it's a different way of proving your strength. Just proving it to somebody else. Yep, time for everybody to get cursed again. Real shame for you guys that I don't care about getting cursed. It doesn't matter to me. At least not until I start needing to use my magic. Thank you, Callista. Hope you're doing well. It really is one of those things like I was talking about before where I genuinely just forgot entirely what day the anniversary was. I knew it was this month. That's about all I remembered. Otherwise, I would have at least considered setting up a whole thing for it. But here we are. I think I need to go back down a set of stairs to get to those boxes. In fact, I think it's that stair right there. I haven't found anything too interesting in here yet. Herb. Cure. Horn hat. That, I think, might actually matter. Actually, let's do it this way. Who can actually wear this? Because you have to use this question mark in order to learn these things. 37 defense, 6 weight. Everybody other than Nina can wear it. Okay. Karn's defense is 81. Bo's... Yep. Karn is the likely candidate here, then, for it. He actually gains back some of his act rate, so yes, you just take that. That is yours now. Enjoy. is your act is your turn order. Oh yeah, it's a very good looking game, but if there's one thing I can say for Capcom, it's that their art usually doesn't miss. They did a very good job of picking their artists. They may sometimes miss in other ways, but they tend to hit when they come to choosing artists. Okay, we got a chopper here. I don't think I need to worry about him too much. Just keep having Nina hit them with the E key because it's stronger than her attacks 9 times out of 10. And just carry on. He's got some good physical defense, though. Which is another reason to use the E key, because it gets around physical defense. Should be able to just attack this one and be done with it now. For anybody unfamiliar, you'll notice the main character's a little bit further forward than everybody else. That's because there is a forward and back system. I have him forward because he has the most health and the most defense, so he tends to absorb the worst of the attacks. It doesn't always work out, but it helps a little bit. And yeah, they are very anime. Split those attacks up a little bit. I fucked up, though. You're supposed to be using the key. There you go. Especially against these shadows, since they have a decent amount of health. Paralyze is more annoying. It puts... Despite it being called Paralyze, it puts people to sleep for a little bit. It's usually like a turn or two. Not too bad, but they can and will spam it if they live any real amount of time. We had more of a problem with it when we first encountered the shadows. Here, now that they're returning, not as big a problem, because they don't take a dozen hits to clear out. Yeah, exactly. It gets the point across, even if it's not quite right. Another turban. And the other box has 2,000 gold. Let me just go ahead and add that to my 96,000. I needed to get a check of that number, because I couldn't remember if I was over 100,000 yet or not. With the gold bar, I would be very much over 100,000. Because money's not really a big concern most of the time in this game. As long as you're actually taking encounters and not setting your money on fire in silly ways. This staircase, I do believe, leads where we want to go. Yep. I should have uncursed people before doing this. It used to be that only dragons could enter here. But since the light key was stolen, things have changed. Let's fight! Then again, the one who matters the most isn't cursed as far as magic goes. Nina's gonna be the one primarily using magic. I mean, there were many years of time to pass between the two, so it makes sense. And so that there would end up being a bit of a difference there. Go ahead and give Karn an attack up. Oh no, this doesn't stop you casting spells. I really don't remember what Curse does. I kept thinking it was a spell disable, but it isn't, so I don't remember what Curse does. Anyway. Okay, no, Curse is stopping me from transforming, but it's not stopping Bo from using magic. That's why I remembered it that way. Okay, that's fine. We'll just charm away the curse on myself and then transform next turn. Ow. As you can see, even knocking 80 hit points off of him, that health bar didn't move very much. Get used to that. Bosses have a lot of hit points in this game. Go ahead and heal me up. Keep throwing fries his way. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's like, here's where I would put all the items I bought, if I could buy any. Oh, Devastate, huh? That's a shame. Okay, he knows how to use Devastate. That's something I'm gonna need to keep in mind. Because that spell hurts. Yeah, we don't gain new abilities in Dragon form currently, for those wondering. We only have a Revert. But our basic attacks become magic attacks, and they're very potent when we're in Dragon form. So it's very important for me to use my Dragon form. Case in point, I do 130 without any buffs. His Dragon form in and of itself is a fairly significant buff. And Karn has no abilities. Karn is just here to do damage as best he can with his knife. We are going to end up in an ugly situation here soon, though, because we don't have the best options. It is a very on-brand thing as well, absolutely. I wasn't kidding, even though I mostly made a joke about this being one of the inspirations for why I chose a dragon at all. Because I had encountered this game when I was quite young, so it was definitely one of the ones that kept that idea alive in my brain. I think it's the M drops that I want in this situation. If not, I'm gonna be very upset, because if that's the wrong item, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, bye, Karn. We'll get him back in a second. Ta-da! The M drop is what I remembered it being. The fun thing with M drops, even though they're fairly rare, is they are a full heal, cleanse all status, and they bring people back to life. You want to use them very sparingly, but they're very nice to have. That is your problem solver. I have noticed. You've got quite a good lineup of emotes going there. I should get some shield spells down on people, because I don't remember if shield works against magic or not, but it's probably a good idea. Now, the other problem is, since Karn died, I think he lost his attack up, and Bo is also out of magic. Hell yeah. That is honestly one of the main reasons to sub to anybody, is for the emotes, if I'm honest. Is it is a better support method to give them money elsewhere. But so many people have some just incredible emotes. Okay, now that Nina has a shield, let's go ahead and just start going down the line, giving shields out to people. Now that Bo has magic back, just go back to frying, please. Pretty much, yeah. We just beat the shit out of whatever's in front of us until it stops moving. We just beat it up better. Give Bo the next shield. You may notice I'm not bothering to put shield on me in my dragon form, because I have boosted everything in dragon form, far as I'm aware. So I am much safer than anybody else. At least for now. Later on in the game, that stops being true. Okay, good. He didn't have a holdout mode. Most bosses will hold out extra time after their hit points hit 0. So the health bar is a slight lie. That's why you saw me still setting up even while it was getting low. Good work. Please, take this key. Find the light key to complete the pair. And that is key number 2, I think, that we have. And you'll notice it's changed color in here. That, I believe, was the dark key, the counterpart to the light key. And it was making this place rather dark while it was here. Monsters still exist here, of course. But I think it actually, based on this being a gold slime, might have actually switched to the encounter set outside. Exactly. Light and dark come together and make normal ambience. Huh. Not what anybody expected. Anyway, I'm just gonna marble our way out of here because it shouldn't be particularly relevant anymore. Especially since I lost track of where the stairs were. Okay, that is the only staircase here. For some reason, I thought there was 2 stairs in this room. Marbles are just such a wonderful convenience tool. Save yourself so much time. What a concept, having encounters be primarily voluntary. We're almost back to the old man. We should be close enough to him that I don't need to worry about marbling again. Well done. You are a true hero for beating up a ghost. Please take this with my thanks. And we get the mirror. Now you might be wondering, well, why did we want the mirror? We don't know why we wanted that mirror yet. We just knew we wanted it. And we knew he had the mirror because somebody mentioned that the crazy old man living in the tower that talks to ghosts had a mirror. You're right about that, but the presumption is it's a magic mirror. Just gonna have to play it by ear as to why we wanted a magic mirror. Other than, ooh, magic doohickey, let's grab it in case we use it eventually. There's a lot of that in this game, is you'll get a thing, you have no idea why you got the thing, other than it'll do something at some point. In fact, why am I walking? Walking is for silly people that don't have warp. Let's go back to Aria. We'll use the inn there even though it's overpriced because we don't have people try to rob us at this inn. Oh wow, 2 of them back to back. Yikes. Pretty much, yeah. Just gotta hoof it. And it's an even sadder day if you don't have warp and you're out of marbles. Because you're fighting your whole way to wherever you're going. That reminds me, let me save at this save point while I'm here too. When in doubt, always be saving. Now, one theory I have about the mirror is we bring it over to the situation that's up here, and for some reason it will do something. Hell yeah. Wait, I might have been on the right track because the old man's gone. So at the very least, we needed the mirror to progress the plot, so there's that. Dance, Black Mage, dance. Show them your moves. It sure is. Complete with the dancing. We don't have a Cook in this world, really, because nobody gets demolished quite like Cook on this team. Oh, there he is. He just moved over here. If I don't give up the key, they'll harm my daughter. Karn raises the mirror and the ghost of Ross's wife appears. Yeah, you might put the idea together based on where we got the mirror. It's a mirror that shows ghosts. It's a mirror into the spirit world, essentially, which is why there was a ghost guarding it up in the tower, and why the old man in the tower could talk to ghosts. It's not explicitly stated, but that's the logic behind this. Elena. What am I going to do? You really think giving up the key will help our daughter? You're right. Once they get the key, it will only get worse. I knew you'd come to your senses. You're strong-willed. I must go now. Peace. Meow. My planet needs me. So yeah, that happened. I've come to my senses at last. Tell my daughter I was wrong. You know, you're not gonna be so bold as to go down there and talk to her yourself. No, we'll have to talk to her for you, but at the very least, you're getting somewhere. Yeah. My father changed his mind? Now the dragons are coming for the key. Will you help us send the dark dragons away? Yeah. Thank you. The light key is at the top of this tower. The key is yours. You're really making a lot of jumps there. Also, I'm taking all of this. All of this is mine. I was gonna say, is this just like his drug storage? Because he's just got a ton of herbs down here. So we already found a dart elsewhere, so this dart is useless to us. It's the same dart that Karn already has, as you can hear from that. We can, however, give Karn that metal shield, which will give him a very nice boost to his defense, which will help keep him alive. He needs it more than anybody else. His bow is using a bow, can't use a shield. We already have a metal shield, so it's useless to us. Time to climb the tower and get ready for some more significant combat. I forget if we have any fights on the way to the key or if we just fight a boss up here at the key. We'll find out when we get there. There's a firestone. Not to be confused with tires. There it is. As you can tell, it's really fucking bright up here. For those who weren't here previously, I'm going to give you a little bit of background on this key situation. The reason why this town has eternal day and is bright and shiny all the time is this key. The light key makes a lot of light wherever it is. It'll be counterbalanced while we have it because of the dark key. But this needs to not be here anymore. Things are going to change around here. Karn takes the shiny light key and puts it in a bag. Ooh. And now things are back to normal. Surprisingly enough, nothing bad happened yet. I'm sure that's not going to stay true. Yeah, they're both standing in the room over there, so there's that. Maybe we'll be able to get out of here before the Dark Dragons realize we're taking the key. Admittedly, it probably won't end well for this town, but, you know, that's their problem, not ours. My father's so wonderful, don't you think so? I don't know about that one. Drac, take anything in my house. It's my way of thanking you. Too late on that one. I already stole everything that wasn't nailed down. Also, your nails were actually pretty good. I took those too. Now, I'm gonna double check upstairs to make sure there wasn't something I didn't have access to up here that I didn't grab, though. Now, the most important thing, though, is we should have access to the boat now. Because he says anything in his house, but I'm pretty sure that includes having access to his private boat. So we can leave here. And that's actually going to be the more important part for us, because that allows us to get the scanned. Which I forget if it was ever said why we wanted to go to scanned. And yeah, he doesn't have anything else to say. I wanted to double check to make sure he didn't have a secondary piece of dialogue mentioning the boat. We should also be good to walk around town now, and without getting arrested randomly. Oh, nope, we're still getting arrested. Yep, we totally won't be able to break this lock. Oops. Anyway. But yeah, let's quickly save, and then we're gonna get out of here. Yeah, they really think this a simple jail cell will hold us. It's really funny. That's why I keep letting myself get arrested so much by that budge. Like, yeah, go ahead, arrest me. See how well it works out for you. As I walk out of the prison for the 13th or 14th time, right in front of them. Hey, he's over here. Ross told me about you. I'd like to sail, but the dragon's blocked the way. I can do something about that. You're not even blocking the gangplank. You're just kind of standing near the ship, vaguely threateningly. What have you got there? The light key? I'll have to take this off your hands. Oh no, a man approaches. Archer and knight. Not a man. Ah. I'm not too worried about the archer. We'll nuke him. We're gonna hold off on dragon form for the moment. Let this play out a little bit. Okay, no, that archer's actually got a health bar. He's not the standard archer, then. He just got the same name. They brought the real archer, not just the garden variety archer, I see. Oh, I know what that means. Hand out the buffs. You want me to take you seriously? Fine, I'll take you seriously. See how well this works out for you. Okay, yeah. A critical hit and a thunderbolt. Yeah, that takes care of an archer no matter how strong they are, eh? Turns out that wasn't a problem. No, don't worry about handing out more attack ups, because bow shouldn't need it, based on how the health bars are moving right now. You can just throw a regular Cura on Karn and he'll be fine. Throwing lightning at the knight. He's wearing all that metal, he'll be real conductive. Now, one would have to assume that this knight is actually a member of the Dark Dragon clan properly, and he should actually be a threat, but he's not really being that impressive so far. Yeah, no, that wasn't much of a thing at all. Ross has betrayed us. He'll soon know the wrath of the Dark Dragons. Why didn't you just do that in the first place? We'll release you for now, but we'll be keeping an eye on you. We're totally letting you go, not running away with our tail between our legs. No, no. Letting you go. Yes, that's what's happening here. Ninja vanish. Huh. Well, so much for our means of getting to Scand. Look what the last blast did to the ship. You can get to the main camp by going around the North Peninsula. If we move the rock that blocks the North Cave, we'll surprise them. I'll give you gunpowder to blast the rock if you give me the gold bar. Everybody wants my damn gold bar. What do you say? Is it a trade? Gunpowder for gold bar? Karn receives gunpowder. And yes, that's why I didn't sell the gold bar, because I remembered there was another trade involving the gold bar. And if you sold the one you found in the room down below, you'd have to go buy another one in order to get the gunpowder. So you'd actually be losing money there. Time to go blasting. Actually, I should probably talk to both of them again, just in case they have something else to add to this exchange. Good luck to you. If we move the rock, yep. Yeah, there's a lot of gold bar exchanges in this section of the game. It's kind of funny in a way. Anyway, we're gonna go take a rest at the inn, which we somehow don't get arrested walking around that side of him to get to the inn. Something paying customers get to walk around free or something. And then we'll save. And then we'll probably wait for the ads before I go blast the cave open. So I'll probably do a little bit of bookkeeping before we go running off. Speaking of, if I go back into this shop here, you'll notice actually one of the two shopkeepers is absent because he's the one who sold us the gunpowder. Which is actually interesting. There's the gold bars for those who missed me getting the first one to begin with. 65,000 gold for a gold bar. So it would actually be like a rather significant dent in your finances. Let's get rid of the extra dart. Get rid of the skull hat. We should actually give somebody the turban. I completely forgot to do that. Our inventory's also getting really full. So I should start doing something about some of the extra stuff I'm carrying. Like, I don't need a stack and a half of regular lives, because we have a full stack of life 2s. Plus some, so I don't need all of those. If I'm going into a situation where I think I'm gonna need that many, I can buy more. Or just accept the loss and then come back after fixing it. One of the two. Go ahead and get rid of the melon because it doesn't stack. I might regret getting rid of that at some point, because it might end up being something that somebody actually wanted, but, well, that's a mistake I'll have made. But that's all the bookkeeping to be done there. You already have a turban. Horn helmet's better. You have headgear. I have a skull hat. Probably better for you. No, that's actually less defense. Nope, the turban is just bad for both, actually. Never mind, we will be selling that turban then. Because it is light armor, for lack of a better way of putting it, which is useful, depending on who you're putting it on. But we have no real need of that. Now, bear in mind, I don't know if there's any hidden effects to things or any of that. So I easily could be missing out on some potential things. Oh yeah, you'll notice the light key is in our inventory. I believe the light key is another one like the E key that actually does something, so we'll move that up for now. Oh no, I do have the dark key as well. Well, the next combat we get into, we'll test those and see if they actually do something in combat. If they're grayed out, we know they don't do anything. But while the ads are running, I'm gonna get up for a moment, so I'll be right back. Alright, back to it. The ads should be ending here in just a few seconds, so we may as well get on the move. Now, remember how they were talking about a north cave? This is the only cave we haven't been in, but it's not the right cave. There was some debris up here in the cave above this that presumably the gunpowder is for clearing out. And these regular slimes are just a mild inconvenience. I could have bothered to use a marble for this, but that would involve going and buying more marbles. Hey there, Natra, how's it going? Just saving the world, collecting keys, you know, as you do. Getting ready to blow open a cave. Very good, very good. Get rid of more of the helmet boys, and just carry on, because the area we're supposed to blast should be over here to the left. Assuming I'm correct in my thought process here. So I seem to recall something we end up buying ends up being a scam as far as the gold bars go. I thought it was the icicle. But it's entirely possible that the gunpowder might be the scam item. We'll find out. Now the rocks are still there. Karn has set the explosives. Now we automatically walk away, and away go the rocks. So no, gunpowder was not in fact a scam. Though really, unless the gunpowder just doesn't work, it's hard for gunpowder to be a scam anyway. Because you'll find some use for gunpowder somewhere. Now we scoot through the woods here. Sneak in. This house is empty. Thank you, Lark. Hope you're doing well. I've honestly lost track of exactly how many years it's been, especially since getting affiliate itself. Like, obviously I've been streaming for like 4 or 5 years significantly at this point, but affiliate would be slightly less than that. Who are you? What do you want? Just got a couple of spearmen in our way here. Oh yeah, let me check to see. Nope, light and dark keys don't do anything. Never mind. I'm pretty sure there is a key that we get that is better than the E key for just using in combat, but apparently it's not those. Okay, yeah, these guys aren't really anything to write home about. So we don't need to, like, go dragon form or throw magic at them or anything. We can just smack them around and they'll be done for before you know it. Even though the game's playing, like, the dangerous combat music. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Breath of Fire is a very, well, not very early RPG series, but fairly early. And it plays very standard as far as RPGs go, as you saw there. And Windows complains. Shut up, Windows. There's a boat we could steal. Yeah, exactly. This boat is my boat. It used to be your boat. My shift's almost over. Huh? Halt! Who goes there? More than your shift is about to be over, bud. I'm just gonna tell you that one right now. Lot more than your shift is about to be over. Oh no, they die. They are not shy about people dying in this game. This series is very happy to have people die, and actually die. Like, later in the series, people literally just get set on fire on screen. This is not necessarily a kid-friendly experience. There we go, more levels. I don't know how good the port is. That's the only thing on that one. Otherwise, I would have probably snatched that up myself by now. That and basically having no money to spare right now. Won't get any further. I'll see to that. We'll see about that one, bud. Oh no, they've used mixed combat now. There's an archer and a spear instead of just one or the other. Whatever will I do? Anyway, stabbing him now. First it was 2 spearmen, then it was just an archer. Now it's an archer and a spearman. No. He'll have to outdo me on that one. I'm already picking on him. This is why we went around them, is they have a much larger force nearby, presumably according to plot. So by going through that cave, we've actually only hit their reserve forces back here. They are just their garden variety troops. They're nothing special. But since they sank the boat we were gonna use, we're stealing their boat to use it instead. Now this guy's gonna be a little more significant. You can't get this far on luck alone. You're good. But I'm better! He also turns into a squid, for some reason. A lot of the generals and such in the Dark Dragon forces are monsters. Yeah, that's his name. That is his default name, Karn the Thief. He's how we got some guy's daughter out of a giant safe. Yes, that is actually what happened just a little bit ago in the plot, because this game does things sometimes. Anyway, this is where we turn into a dragon. His being of the light dragon lineage, we also have the ability to transform. And what better way to deal with a squid than a thunder dragon? Karn already has his attack up. Let's go ahead and put a shield on Nina. It depends on which universe you're looking at, really. There's a lot of variation there. Yeah, that's pretty much correct there. I mean, there's like 17 different flavors of nerd. I could go on a whole... Well, at one point I could have gone on a whole thing about varying types of dragons from other media, but a lot of that is not at the top of my brain, so it's not going to come up immediately at the moment. Squid got mad. He's not dead yet. Health bar's empty, but he's too pissed to die. Get used to that happening, like I mentioned before. We should be able to take him down before too much longer, though. Not exactly. It's just like a holdout segment that most significant bosses do. As you can see, doesn't last that long when you have real power behind you. Okay, you win. Just you wait, my brother will seek revenge. Crash! Huh. Anyway, that's a thing that happened. Yeah, Fry Eye becomes T-Bolt once it actually gets used in the field. It's a whole translation thing. Just use a couple herbs to get myself back into decent shape. Top up Karn and Nina, just in case said brother appears soon. Loot the drawer, find a vigor potion. Which goes to Nina this time. Had an internal debate for a second there about who gets more health. Acorn, which is magic restore. Herb, which you saw me use. More herb. And more acorn. Look at all the cannonballs this ship has. This ship is ready to just go on a real warpath. I'm so glad we're stealing this ship in particular. Look at all this free ammo for us. You'll also notice there's nothing down here. We had no real reason to come down here right now. Worrying that, isn't it? Worrying that there's just a room with nothing in it. We want this ship, Lark. We do not want to set off a fireball in the ammo room of a ship we're trying to make use of. Exactly. Ready to save the world, one cannonball in the enemy's face at a time. Now, I thought something else was supposed to happen. I thought I was supposed to actually, like, take the helm of this ship and go somewhere. Clearly, I've missed my exit somewhere. Now, the fireball's for after they try to take the ship back. You wait till a bunch of them get on board the ship, then you blow the ship up. Timing. Timing. Besides, it's much funnier and you get to see the look on their face as the ship goes up in flames. Exactly. I'm forgetting to do something. Maybe I am supposed to do something down here, and I'm forgetting what. So I don't have the gunpowder anymore. Sometimes you're just supposed to use an item, though. So time to adventure game it for a moment here. Can't use this right now. Can't use this right now. None of my other things do anything, so it's not that. Eh. I just swore I was supposed to take this ship. Why else would I be fighting them for this ship? This may also very well be the ship that blew our ship up, on a whole different note. So I don't think I'm supposed to push these around like moving blocks, even though there's space back there. There's not like a hidden path in here, right? I'm not forgetting that. No. Yeah, exactly. What did he say? He said something about fire. Oh, wait. Was it fireball? Oh, wait, yeah, that's it. Oh, no, 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 no! Then suddenly, explosion. No more boat. Maybe I'm supposed to just leave after I did this? I might be skipping a step here. Like, I may be trying to take the ship before I'm supposed to take the ship. This is what gets you in trouble when you remember things. But only remember some of the things. Wait. No? It's not squeeze around the pile of junk to get over there. Because you would think just moving this barricade out of the way to get to the helm would be the thing to do, but apparently not. Unless one of the items I put in storage was supposed to be used here, which is not an impossibility. But I guess, you know, we'll just casually walk away after having wiped them out here. Nobody home? Oh, you know what it might be? We might need to go get the captain and then he'll run the ship for us. That might be the part I'm forgetting. Because that would make sense. It's not like we've ever sailed a ship before, so we need a crew. And now that we cleaned out the enemies, we can safely come in and run the ship. That would make sense. And I could warp back, but we're gonna have to walk back in anyway. I may as well just get used to having the marbles active again. It's not that long a walk anyway. It'll take us like 4 marbles to get there and back again. And this will help clean up some of my inventory a little bit. Ahoy, Captain, I got you a new ship. Don't ask who it belonged to before. Yeah, see, they changed positions here. It worked! Let's go! And now we're suddenly on the other ship. We must work together to protect our village. Zog has the power of the dragon. He should use it to protect people. Our crew has 4 members. Let's go! Where's the 4th one? Wait, count me in? Of course, I can't navigate by myself. That would be good experience. Ah, of course, of course. Could you take me with you? And drop me off near Prima? I don't know. Come on, the more the merrier. I don't care. You can tag along if you want. Also, you're not even looking at the one you're talking to, Bo. You're being very rude right now. Thank you. I won't be a burden. I promise. Hoist the mainsail. Yeah, and of course, Ross and his daughter are not staying with us. They're gonna stay home and protect Arya and probably not accomplish anything. Raise the anchor. And away we go. Now, there's an added benefit to this. We are sailing an enemy ship. As long as we don't encounter anybody not friendly to the Dark Dragons... Oh, hey, what do you know? Stop this vessel right now, scallywags. Gonna assume we ran into pirates. Uh-oh. I'm on the wrong ship. Captain, let's attack. There's too many of them. We should retreat. But if we retreat, what will happen to Arya? Besides, we don't exactly have a choice. Now, what do you know? Turns out they figured out that this wasn't their ship anymore anyway. What do you know? You dirty rat! You beat my brother! Give me the key or else! There's gunpowder on this ship. Let's detonate and escape. We'll go down with the ship. Going down with the ship is just a little cliche for me. Come on, mateys. Let's stop them. Are you a pirate or are you a general? Because you really are talking like a pirate, but you're called a general. You're just the pirate general? ER, I give the orders around here. Good for him having multiple jobs. I forgot to rest at the inn, so Bo doesn't have much magic. I only just now realized this. We'll just go ahead and keep throwing boomerangs, hit him with the earthquake key, and I guess just start shooting him, Bo. It'll be fine. Especially if Karn gets a crit. Way to go, buddy. Appreciate your dedication to slaughtering the enemy. Using the E key. If you two just keep focusing the archer down. Look at that! Another crit from Karn. It's kind of funny in a way, because the main character was getting crits aplenty last session. Now Karn's taken over the crit everything job. Which, that should be his job, to be fair. We've got to escape track. This way. Why do I have this feeling there's gonna be a half-baked plan involved here? But you know what? I'm here for it. If it involves blowing the ship up and sinking all of their ships, I'm down. Oh, here they come again. Attack! He is doing the general thing, though. You'll notice he's sending all of his men to attack me and just chasing us around, sending more men after us instead of fighting us himself. Otherwise known as he's being a bitch. Okay, they're focusing fire on me now. They didn't appreciate that comment. And you know what? I can understand that. You shouldn't stand for it when I make fun of your general. But I'm gonna still make fun of your general anyway. Good. Because honestly, this whole thing is annoying me to begin with. So all they're doing is wasting my time, thinking they can accomplish something. Really, if they wanted to be a problem, what they should have done was wait for me to set up the gunpowder to go off and then attack me so we all go down with the ship together. But no, they wanted to rush this idea. See, my character reflects how I feel. Get critted, idiots. He's as done with this whole endeavor as I am. Bring me a real challenge. Hurry, the gunpowder's down here. Yeah, you know, all these cannonballs I was talking about before. We have you now. You'll know our wrath. Oh, you'll know something. Notice, yet again, the general is not involved in this combat. He's still not involved, even though he's got us cornered down here. This fucking guy. Actually, you know what, Bo? Go ahead and use the E key since Nina isn't going to be using it this turn. Just topping me up. Because he does a decent amount of damage with his regular attacks. But this way the damage is technically higher because it's spread on as a 30 to 2 targets instead of the like 40 or so that he does to 1 target. Because I'm not really in a hurry to kill one of them, I want them both gone. Because they don't do enough damage to need to rush any particular one of them out. I just want this encounter done. Get quaked. Goodbye. Yep, now he transforms and now it's the final encounter. Hey, what do you know? Just like his brother, he's a squid. He's just an orange one instead of a green one. And I killed your brother. I talked just like this. Things that stick in your brain for all of eternity. That. Anyway, time to kill him. Just like his brother. I presume he's gonna hit harder. And if he doesn't, I'll be disappointed. I might already be disappointed. Shield yourself in case he starts doing the AoE attack, just like the other one. Fry some calamari. And yep, just carry on. 95 on a crit. Not bad, Karn. Not bad. Considering that is almost on par with Bo's magic, which, other than the absolute nonsense that is my dragon transformation, that is the strongest thing we have. Is genuinely the main character is the most powerful thing you'll have for a lot of the game. His dragon transformation is just really, really strong. Because, you know, it costs a piddling amount of AP to transform, and I do almost double the damage of the most powerful thing we have on this team. I should top up people's health, because his health is getting low, so he's probably going to start doing his next move here soon. Assuming he's got another move, which he logically has to. No, I was right in who I chose to heal at the very least. And you'll notice that didn't do a lot because the shield does take off a lot of damage from what I recall. And if you're wondering why I'm just using Cura 1, nobody really needed more health than that. Now, a Cura 2 is probably required here with multiple hundreds of hit points missing. That's probably a bigger problem. Octo began crying. Oh, that's just sad. Here, let me put you out of your misery. Yeah, everybody's down with the put him out of his misery idea. 2 back-to-back crits immediately. Level 23 for me. Karn hits 17. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. I mean, we were gonna do that anyway, but sure, let's go. It's gonna blow. Don't leave me alone. There isn't much time. Hang on. Oop. That doesn't seem like a hang on. That seems like a jump for your life. Okay, we sank their battle group by doing that. No, I'm sorry, Drac. What? Ooh-wee. Now that was dynamite. What? Victory! Whee! If this doesn't work, don't blame me, okay? You're out of your mind! And we lived. I'm sorry, I didn't expect such a big explosion. We're lucky to survive. Prima's at the bottom of the sea, near this ocean. This island. You'll need the gills in order to breathe underwater. I'll sell it to you for 1 million gold pieces, okay? I don't have that much. Listen, I'm your last chance here. No one else is going to help. I'll sell it to you for 1 million. No. Notice that he looks at the camera when he says that, too. We don't have that much money. We don't have enough cash. I'll take what you've got and loan you the rest, okay? Yeah. I'll be right back with the guilds. Don't go away, haha. So yeah, we got shafted here. Because our boy here, Gobi, is a bit of a scam artist, and we fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Not that we had much choice. But yeah. And he's not exactly remarkable at the moment. He's level 15, so he's a lower level than anybody we have. His remarkable thing that he can do is he's a fish man, so he can breathe underwater. He's the only one we can rely on right now. And he wasn't kidding about where Prima is. We have to go to Prima in order to go get the gills so that we can actually move through the water and go there ourselves. And I recall the waters around here actually being relatively dangerous. I think I went the wrong way. I don't have a map of this vicinity, so just gonna go back the other way right quick and make sure I didn't go up to the wrong area. I may need to surface over there and then go back into the water elsewhere to get to Prima. I don't remember. As I mentioned before, we're in segments where I've only seen it done. I've not done it myself at this point, so my memory of it is not as solid as the parts I had done. This, I believe, is a dungeon. I don't think this is the way to Prima. I don't remember if I have to actually go through somewhere to get to Prima or not. That's why I'm just kind of checking around. Might be this way? No, this is currently inaccessible to us. We need to be able to get around the rocks. Maybe I was right the first time. Unless it's just in this big section of water here, which is also possible. Wouldn't be the first time they've expected me to find something in a big open area, considering we had to find the desert town in just the desert. But it doesn't look like there's anything in this section of water here. So it's either on the other side of this cave, or it's on the other side of the surface area I went to, which more likely that it's that surface area since it's nice and close to where we came in. So you would think we would have ended up on that other landmass that Gobi walked up onto, rather than the tiny island we ended up on. Which is why I kind of get suspicious of him just scamming us, because he may have moved us to that island to make us think we're stuck, to try to get the money. Can I use the map? I can. Okay, no, we're near the desert town here. So this might be wrong. Yeah, because that's the desert over there. So I think I barked up the wrong tree by going this way. God damn it. I'm gonna end up opening the map by accident a lot, because for those who may have missed me talking about this in other sessions, the menu is on select. The map is on start. So Reflex will have me hit start to try to open in my menu, and I'll open the map instead. Sorry to hear that, Zeri. There is still a decent amount of February left. It could take a turn for the better still. And hopefully it will. Maybe this is the way to Prima. Well, unfortunately that makes sense with you being sick the whole time he was going to catch it. Just gotta hope that it passes quickly for him. And when you're sick that long, it is gonna take a fair bit to recover. Or unfortunately. Oh, wait, I might have went the right way? That was easier than I thought it would be. The metalsmiths can't do anything, because we have their families. Just a merchant would buy a robe. No, get out of here. Alright. So, I think I went to the wrong town. That is important information we just got there, but that's important information for after we solve what we're working on right now, getting gills for the rest of the team, so we can cross the water. So I think Prima has to be on the other side of that cave, then. And now you see why I'm using marbles for this, because this is a lot of walking to try to figure out where Prima is. And if I wasn't using these marbles, we'd be having a lot of fights on our way there. With just one character. Which, don't get me wrong, he could use the experience. Oh yeah, Prima is just here. We just missed it on our way through to begin with. You lost the sphere? Apologize to the guild owner and find it. This is Prima. You'll find an abundance of the goods here. You may be wondering why he talks differently. It's because most of the rest of them are just doing it as a bit. He's not playing along. Welcome to storage. How can I help you? We don't really have any reason to use storage so that I can think of. Since it was a different symbol, I was kind of hoping it was something else. We're selling fake happiness jars? No wonder you lost your license. Yeah, Gobi's not in a good way. Notice there's 2 inns here. And 2 weapon shops. This whole place is very busy. Can I help you? What you got here in the item shop? Lots of herbs, lots of antidotes, lots of charms, lives, and cures. Nothing I particularly need. No point going to the weapon shop yet, because we've only got Gobi. I wish a storm would wash away the Dark Dragon's ship. I mean, does an explosion count as a storm? If so, good news. The ocean's huge. Unless you're a big fish, it's difficult to cross. Oh yeah, you can change people's names here. For some reason, there's an NPC specifically for changing characters' names. Look at all of the weapon shops this place has. Like, this place is just a hub of commerce. The old man who lives west of the South Beach collects weapons. Hint. This is useful information. There we go. Making a note of that, because I don't remember if we're going to get to that quickly or not. The guild owner's in the back room. I hope that losing your license taught you a lesson, Gobi. So, what brings you here today? Kills? We don't have them. If you want them? Go to camp. Now let's go talk to the boss anyway. No, looks like he's not doing so good. Yep, he's asleep. So we gotta go to Gant to get gills. Now, if only we knew where Gant was. Since we don't have any goods, the big fish is not in service. Okay, yeah, they're all gonna say the same thing. The big fish, I believe, is just a transportation service around here, basically. Which is why it matters that the big fish is out of service. Old woman bought a claw. What do you suppose she's gonna do with it? The dark dragons aren't as equipped to fight in the water. Pretty much safe, for now. We've lost a lot of business without a delivery of the goods. You'll find metalsmiths in Gant. So yes, the area that we just witnessed a man getting pushed around in is Gant, then. So we have a problem. Beware. Rima controls world trade. We're not afraid of the dragons. We'll see about that one. So that solves all of that. Then we have this situation in here. Welcome to the weapon shop. This one is similar to the other weapon shops we've seen. This, I believe, is the actual, like, exchange shops. Hey, how's business? Whereas all the other ones are, like, third-party shops, essentially. We'll grab a couple more marble 3s for walking Gobi all around, at the very least. Flea market is our center of trade. Yeah, this is the flea market here, I believe. You'll notice both weapon shops have the same things. So I don't really know why there's more than one weapon shop in here. There's an empty shop as well. Which might have been Gobi's? I don't remember. Obviously, both doors lead to the same place. We already went in there. So yeah, it's off to Gant we go, I suppose. Now that we had that piece of information, I believe now we can actually trigger things in Gant to happen properly. If I lost track of responding, there's Eri. I can really only just say that hopefully he doesn't stay sick for 2 weeks, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, we do have access to Gant now. But of course, most of these houses are going to be empty because we saw them getting taken away. Which, you know, empty houses means free stuff. HR glass. I don't remember what that does, or what that is. Like hard glass or something? Oh! This item switches night to day. It's an hourglass. Okay. Interesting. I don't think I ever saw that item before. And again, I'm being much more attentive and nosy than I was whenever I'd played this at any other point. Yeah, you can definitely tell this is a town of smiths, considering there's forges everywhere. Anybody running this place? Surprisingly, yes. I assume these are hammers. Spear for Gobi. Another hammer, I presume. So I think it's shields. And then we got a hat and armor. Item shop up and running? Is. Ooh, they sell the magic stones here. That might actually be useful information at some point. In case I decide to stock up a bunch of those to spam at something that upsets me. Empty house. Free stuff. L potion, which I recall is a luck potion. Because we learned that in a previous session where I found one and drank it. One of these places should have something we need. Like, one of these buildings, obviously, is going to be where we find the gills. But I believe there's something else useful in one of these houses. And it may be that I was remembering the hourglass without remembering what it did. This is the last building left. Are you from Prima? The Dark Dragons attacked and took our young men. Take some goods to the Prima Guild owner, okay? Thank you. The goods are in the treasure chest. Well, that'll allow us to activate the big fish, so that might be our workaround for the gill problem. Maybe that's what I'm remembering instead of getting the gills here, is that we get the goods. You know, the goods. Also, hole in the wall. What the? No, we can't break the wall. Well. Hello, suspicious wall, old man. We'll be back to see you at some point. A potion. The young men are being forced to build a secret weapon. They're being held in a fortress on the western side of the mountains. Makes sense. Take a bunch of talented smiths away somewhere to build you a secret weapon. Not so secret a weapon if y'all know exactly where it's being built. Though I suppose you don't know what the weapon is, so there's that. So no gills for us, but we did get goods. The goods will have to be good enough. Back through danger we go, back to Prima. We can deliver the goods, and then hopefully that'll get us the ability to use the rest of the party back. I suppose I probably should let the marble wear off at some point and then see what Gobi has to fight, because I don't remember how bad it is, but I'm nervous about a solo character at this point in the game. Because if he dies, you know, game over very rapidly occurs. But we have touched multiple save points, so I suppose, you know, it could work itself out. Let's go ahead and deliver the goods. They said it was for Prima's guildmaster, so I suppose we should take it to him. He seems to still be asleep. Maybe we should go talk to the guys downstairs instead. Still say the same thing. You brought the goods, Gobi? Please, take the gills with my thanks. There we go, we get the gills for delivering the goods. Even though he said they had no gills, but maybe the gills were in with the goods. Hard to say. There's a letter. It says that Gant has been attacked. Gant's not all that's been attacked, as it turns out, based on the explosions. What's that noise? The Dark Dragons have attacked a small boat. That was a lot of explosions for a small boat. The survivors of the boat attack need your help. I'll do that right away. What's going on? A ghost has come to take him away to the netherworld. Soon you'll join me. We can't lose him, Gobi. He has important information to pass on. I know a warrior that can shoo away that ghost. It will cost 10,000 gold pieces. That's too much. How about 5,000 gold pieces? Ah. No? How about 5,500 gold pieces? Nah. Okay, 6,000. That's all I can afford. Okay. Great. Get moving. Get used to that being a consistent thing Gobi does. Gobi is very happy to charge people any money he can get his hands on. That is his character trait, is he is going to rob you blind. You would think Karn would be the one robbing everybody blind, but no. Gobi is a legitimate businessman robbing people blind. He also has Ebb and Ebb X, which I do not remember what they do. Ooh. Run, Gobi. So, now you know why I was avoiding combat with Gobi. I was right to remember that everything was dangerous and awful for him. So let's go deliver the gills and get the real party back together again. Sorry, I'm right. Are you ready? What are you waiting for? I can't wait any longer. And Bo has nothing to say. Na-na-na-na. May luck be with you. I'm counting on that money. And the party reforms. You can either have Bo in the party, or Karn, or whomever. You now actually have choices as to who's in the party, because you can only have 4 in the active combat party. For the time being, Gobi is not going to be in the party, I don't think. So I don't think we need to have him in the party. We're gonna keep Karn out front in case of locked doors, though. Gills are in place. Yeah, without the gills, obviously we wouldn't be able to walk underwater. But with them, we can go where we please. More importantly, we can actually go to Prima, and now we'll actually go look at the weapon shops and such that are here. Now that we have everybody. We'll stay at the inn, deal with the ghost, and then hit the shops, actually. Did Goblin send you? Please rid us of the ghost. Give up. You're powerless against me. No, we've busted many a ghost. You look just like a ghost I've beaten up before. I should have switched to my sword, but I'm just gonna dragon form for this fight anyway. So it doesn't much matter. Nina, go ahead and boost Karn. Yeah, see? He's not immune to physical damage or anything, so he's not really special. He's just a ghost. He does hit decently hard, though, so shields are definitely gonna be worth sending out. Yeah. That is one of the main in-systems of the Breath of Fire series. The main character can turn into a dragon. There's going to be more to that as we go along, but we haven't gotten there yet. Good crit, Karn. Way to go, buddy. That's why we healed, because he does hurt. Even my dragon form's not immune to him by any stretch of the imagination. Because we are starting to hit the part of the game where things are actually going to start getting difficult. Audio seems alright. The ads are going to hit, but this fight's not really anything to write home about. It's basically over already. Go ahead and E key. Ooh, a crit. That'll... No, not take care of it. Surprisingly. He's gonna hold out for a bit of extra time, huh? Fine. Get fried. He really is gonna hold out for a while, huh? There he goes. He got E-keyed to death. Ah, I'm losing. This can't be. And he's gone. Huh? Where am I? What happened? Why are the Dark Dragons after you, Ox? I was running from them because I had to give you a message. I'm one of the metalsmiths. Our trade's been handed down for years. The dragons, knowing that we're skilled, forced us to make a secret weapon. We tried to fight, but they captured our families. If I help him, I may get my license back. Let's go. We have vowed to defeat Zog's forces. We will help you. The world's greatest thief is on your side. Feel better? Hold it. Why didn't you talk to me about this? Well done. The people trust you now. Keep it up. Thank you. Let's go destroy the secret weapon of the Dark Dragons. Let's rock. And now we have yet another new party member, Ox. You know, this game does give you quite a few party members. As you might imagine, based on the way this menu looks, you might be able to figure out what the limit for how many people you're going to have might be. As you might imagine, his deal is using hammers, because he's a smith. He's also huge. He's also very slow, though. Uh-oh, that's timing. Hey there, Hex, thank you for the raid. You might be raiding into ads, I'm sorry. But hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully you were having a grand time with whatever you're doing. What were you up to today? Yep. Well, we'll circle back to this once the ads stop. I'm gonna go ahead and do some bookkeeping here in town, so you won't miss too much. Give me bow back. I don't think... Oh, goddammit, Gobi's in the party again. This game loves to shuffle your party around, like I talked about before. Depending on who's talking in like, cutscenes and such, it's going to move people around in the party sometimes. As far as Ox goes, he might get put in the party at some point, so I am going to make sure to keep him caught up on gear. But he's very slow, so I don't know how much I'm going to actually use him. Actually, let's not buy the iron hammer, because we saw a shop that had more hammers than this. So we'll hold off on that. We do, I believe, want this power shield. Power sword? Yeah, it's power sword. We'll sort that out here in a minute, then. The glove, I think, is an upgrade for bow. No, he can use it, but he can't actually use it with what he's using at the moment. So that's dead in the water. That is a better shield, so we'll probably be handing these out to basically everybody based on how these numbers look. Yeah, this being a hub of commerce means we are going to be doing a lot of shopping here. This is part of why I was making sure to hang on to a lot of money. That's worse than the horn hat, but better than the skull hat. So we'll buy a face mask for myself, but not one for Karn. The gold hat is not worth it. It's very expensive, but you'll notice it's a very expensive lie. There we go. The ads should be done now. Welcome back from the ads, and hopefully you can hear me now, Hex. Thank you so much for the raid. Apologies for the immediate ads, but you know how it goes. Sometimes the timer ends up being what it is. But what were we up to today? Hopefully you were having a grand time. We're just working our way forward in Breath of Fire as usual. And thank you so much for the happy anniversary as well. Assuming you can hear me at this point. If you can't, we'll circle back to that again. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hopefully you still had a good time despite yelling at Dragon Age a bit. And absolutely understandable. That was going to be the next point. As usual, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. It is the most important thing to take care of yourself. I did this wrong. I did not actually want the longbow because there are better bows. I no longer need this broadsword either. I didn't buy the power sword like I meant to, but we'll come back to that idea in a minute. Oh, right! This is actually a mechanic in this game. You actually get more inventory space the more party members you have. Understandable, Zara. You have a good night. Hopefully you'll be able to get a good rest and feel better. Yeah, I believe we want the poison bow in particular. So that's 121... 14, yeah. This doesn't always go most expensive thing is best thing, as you saw with the gold hat, but to a reasonable degree, it'll do that. Ranger vest, I think, is what this is. That is an improvement, and I believe this is an improvement without lowering my speed as much as the plate armor would. Oh, actually, the plate armor's worse anyway than most of what they're wearing. So we'll get ranger vests for those who can wear them. Buckle up for more exciting shopping action. Because as I mentioned during the ads, this place is a big-time commerce hub, so we have a lot of inventory management to do here. Because this is all going to be important to making sure we're as strong as we can get to be. Chain hats, are they good for anybody? It's very good for Nina and good for Bo. Also quite good for Gobi, who I do need to make sure is somewhat useful, because I believe there are times where people have to be in fights. So it's important to keep everybody relatively geared up. Whether you keep them leveled or not is a whole other question. The Iron Mask is an Ox-only thing. Apparently I can't get that for him. Oh wait, no, I think if they don't have the ability to swap it, I think that means you can't use that menu. And the gold tiara sucks. I think it might have a special benefit, I'm not sure. We'll grab an Iron Mask. See if I could just equip that on him. Yeah, see? It goes on him just fine now. That specific menu is just for exchanging things. And I believe the Rang is unsellable, that's why the Rang doesn't get traded that way. So let's quickly go grab a power sword before I forget. Because that'll be very handy for when I remember to swap for it in boss fights. Because that should be an improvement by a solid margin. Now, I don't know if this is going to be our consistent party throughout the whole game. Yeah, that's a 44 power increase, even though it slows us down a bit. Oh yeah, the ring can be worn. I don't know what the ring does. I knew the ring was for something... Symbol of strength and courage. You know what? Sure, strength and courage sounds like our deal. Yeah, it gave 10 more attack. Which means I might not have wanted to give it to myself, because Dragon Form, I'll be strong enough, but... Which that's another reason to switch to the sword, though. If Dragon Form is affected by attack, I do want to have the highest attack I can for more significant fights. And there's enough of a power difference there that losing the 3 targets is probably worth it. Especially since we have things like the E key for hitting many enemies at once anyway. Now, does this shop also have different things? It sure does. This is stuff for... Oh, I can use the poison sword as well? Huh. Oh, and that's actually worse than the flame sword for you, so no. Tri-dagger, though, I assume is better than the dart. Yep. Yeah, it's mostly things for Karn and Nina in here, it looks like. The cane, nobody can use yet. It's yet another hint at, like, hey, you're gonna get another character. This is worse for everybody other than Ox, and it's not better enough to be worth giving to Ox. Yeah, bronze armor is what he already has. This is worse than most things. It is a slight improvement on the Hunter Cloak, though. Which, for some reason, Karn couldn't wear the Ranger Vest. Which is a whole other thing. Now, you still don't have a shield. Visor, I believe, is the visor we had early on in the game, so it's useless trash. Go and grab that metal shield for Gobi. It might be that the poison sword actually poisons things. That might be the reason to have it. I'm not sure. Wow, that makes him so slow. We also need to hand out the potions I picked up while Gobi was running around. Attack potion's gonna go to Karn. Oh no, it's agility. Well, he wants that anyway. Luck will also go to Karn, because that's gonna be his whole deal. And that remains a question mark of whether Karn stays on the party long term, which is still up in the air a bit. Because, like, I'll tell you right now, the only 2 members of the party that are currently locked in to stay is obviously myself as the main character and Nina. Beyond that, it's a question mark at the moment. But I'm gonna wait till we have the rest of the party member options before I make final decisions there. Okay, that cleans up the worst of the inventory. Igor everywhere. There's a chance Gobi gets rotated in place of Bo, but I need to remember the rest of what Gobi gets. Is the main thing in his category here. But considering he's really slow, it's unlikely he's going to make the final cut, because I prefer speed. And with me preferring speed, this is my current likely lineup, is all 4 of these are relatively similar speeds, other than Nina being a bit slower, but healing takes priority over other actions anyway. So that works itself out. Let's also hit the inn after that combat, because we did not get restored afterwards. This way everybody has their proper stuff for whatever encounter we run into next. Which we are going to fight some of the stuff down here, now that we have the full party. Because you noticed that what we were fighting down here was trashing Gobi, which means it should be relatively worth fighting, because they'll be stronger. And obviously our next stop is to go to Gant. But I want to check, since we brought the goods here, is the big fish active, and what does the big fish do for him? Okay, apparently the big fish is not in service, even though we delivered goods. Okay, and they haven't moved from their spot over with where Ox was. That's probably why nothing's happened yet, is that hasn't unpacked yet properly. So that'll probably have to wait till after Gant, then. Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to kick the Dark Dragons and... No, you know what? That sentence got away from me. I don't know what word I was gonna go for, or at the end of that sentence. And listen, new battle music. Excessive for a single flea, but new battle music at least. Yeah, I guess Bo will stay out in front for the time being, because I don't feel like juggling the party around yet and again. For 200 damage. Okay, Karn. That's just showing off at that point, buddy. Feels weird having a sword in my hand again. After spending so much time using a boomerang. Even if we don't necessarily have to go to Gant right now, I do want to go here to get the gear that's available in the shops here. I think it is worth it to some of the characters in this party to have this gear. Like, obviously, we can get a better hammer for Ox here. I also didn't go to the flea market. That was what I forgot. I believe it's the spine hammer is the best option for him. Yeah, that takes him up to 193. Yeah, the spine hammer is just very, very strong. And yeah, SL, I think is like slicers or something? I forget what these... Oh no, that is shield. And of course, Hero Spear. Gives him an actual weapon instead of his pole. Iron Hats, I don't think are worth anything. It's better than the chain hat, so I could burn even more money buying those, but it's not that much better. Metal armor, yeah, is something we mostly left behind, but I'll get it for Ox. As you might expect, Ox's main thing is just to be a real big bruiser who can take a lot of hits and deal out some hefty attacks, but doesn't do any of it quickly. Like, he already has 200 attack and 150, nearly 150 defense. Like, he's on par for defense to Bo, though not as high as we have. But he's 7 levels down and has almost as many hit points as I do, for example. Bo actually passed us in hit points at some point along the way. So actually, I should put Bo front-wise alongside me then, and have Karn and Nina be in the back. A lot of things already target Bo, but now that should encourage that behavior to continue. But I think... Oh, actually, there is going to be a reason to have Ox in the party. We can kind of swap in and out on that one. Yeah, these are the same bits of dialogue. There's a reason to come over here, though. Yeah, Bo cannot break the wall. But... Ox can. As you might imagine, big man can bust up some boulders for you. He also can break the walls we've seen. My kingdom was destroyed. I am one of the few who know this spell. Don't know who is supposed to talk to you about this. I might not be able to do this right now. I guess this isn't useful to me right now. make a note of this then. Old man in Gant. Back room. Knows rare spell. Hello, Kiska. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the happy anniversary. I think that's everything in this building we could do, because we already raided that. We cleaned out this building, talked to the old lady, learned about the secret weapon existing. Okay, so that's all of that. We could go running all over and bust up the walls and such before we go on forward. We're at about 2.5 hours in. Do I want to burn the time on that, or do I want to just do that off camera? At the very least, we'll go bust up one of the walls. Actually, we're going to bust up 2 things. Oh, right, I can't do this while I'm in the town. I need to walk out of the town first. Does remember what I was just talking about with a better boomerang? We can actually do something about that problem right now. And since we can warp back to Gant, we can just come back conveniently. It is interesting that I can't teleport to Prima. I wanted to double check the list to see if I was forgetting that it was in fact on the list, but it's fine. We're gonna have to burn a bunch more marbles, but we have a dungeon to go back into. As you may recall, when we were in the... Oh wait, no, I need to go back to the storage first. I almost made a very stupid mistake. Is there a storage here, or do I have to go somewhere else to get to a storage? I think I might actually have to make an extra side trip. Remember, I put the fife in storage, and the fife is required to go into the desert dungeon. Everybody's sleeping. Yep, I'm gonna have to teleport away and come back, I think. Yeah, damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Tell you what, then, since I have to go to a storage anyway, let's go to Bleak first, then. We'll go break the wall that was down in the underground section near Bleak. Then we'll go hit the thing in Crypt. Buckle up for exciting backtracking action for a little bit here, y'all. There should be a storage in here. Yeah. This way I can grab the fife back. Which is why they don't let you throw things like that away. Is because you have to be able to use them to get back in places, because they expect you to go back to places to do certain things once you get certain characters. Now, you don't have to do any of this. None of this is required from what I recall. But you get really nice things most of the time for doing this. So it is absolutely worth your while to actually do these bits of backtracking. Wait, this is the wrong underground, isn't it? It sure is. God damn it. I need the one that's by the tower over there. Which means it would have actually been faster to get to it by warping back to Aria, but we're here already. Now, part of the reason for this backtracking in their design, I think, is actually so you have an opportunity to get them caught up in level a little bit before getting to the actual full content going forward. I need to remember where the breakable wall is in here. Like, you get an opportunity basically to try the other party members out a bit before they get bodied by forward content, and it's like, oh, I guess these characters just suck. That's usually not the case. They're just a little outpowered by what you're doing. Not that one. Oh, it's down here somewhere. Just gonna take a minute to remember where down here it is. You know what? We'll go ahead and just start fighting things. It's gonna make it take longer, but you'll get to see what Ox can do. He's kind of like a paladin of sorts. He has healing. Like, he actually has heal and cure 3 of all things. So I believe people typically use him as a replacement for Nina. Because, like, obviously he will have one advantage over Nina in that he's got more durability, but he has a smaller spell pool. So personally, I'm gonna stick with the larger spell pool, I think. His Ox also has significantly less AP. I believe if they were at the same level, Ox would have like half the AP, something like that. If that. As I've mentioned before, I may be all about having varied options on hand, but there are definitely cases where some options are much better than others. And this is a case of, to me, and my purposes, Nina being the much better option. Because I will have to restore her MP less frequently, which requires less management. And I can also use cheaper healing spells when only small heals are required, instead of having used only the big heal for every injury. Here's the breakable wall in this place. So there's definitely a breakable wall in here. We saw it just a bit ago. Problem is, I have completely screwed up where it was. Maybe it's up past the bats. That would make sense, actually, because it was up by the last thing we opened. And I think the last thing we opened was up by the bats. And I just got my wires completely crossed. You walk past this one, and then that room over there, I think, is the one that has the breakable wall. I don't know. I just find these options for characters to do in various dungeons and such to be interesting. Especially since they actually make them worthwhile. Agility potion and a luck potion. This one was not as worthwhile as some of them have been, but it's still something to check, and until you check it, you don't know what's in there unless you look it up, so you gotta learn. And of course, we have an immediate and convenient exit. Now, there was somewhere else much earlier on that had a breakable wall that I remember pointing out. I don't remember where that is, so we're not going to be going back for that one right now. That one I'll probably go look up and then fetch off camera and just tell y'all next time what it was and where it was. Is there something like that? But we are going to go do the thing I was talking about doing. So I did grab the fife back, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Now we go back to Arid again. And yeah, see... The underwater town isn't on this list. Which is interesting. Because you would think it's just because there's not a dragon statue there, but there is one, because we saved there before. So it's just something about being underwater that interferes with us teleporting to it. It's more of these clowns again, who are so far out of date now that they're not really a concern at all. So apparently Karn can't kill them, so maybe they're not as out of date as I thought. You're letting me down, Karn. Yeah, get used to Ox acting last. He's guaranteed to go last with that zero action he has. Because I don't think anything has negative act. So he is quite literally guaranteed to be last. I need to remember where in here that thing was now. I forget whether it was off the locked path or the other path. I want to say it was on the unlocked path at the start. So I think I'm actually going the wrong way here. Oh wow, he lived through my attack. Look at that. And even with using the power sword, no less. How much experience do these things even give? Because if they don't... they give about 500. I'm not going to bother fighting these then. They take just long enough to not be worth it to me time-wise. Because I want to say the boomerang I'm looking for was back over by the trap area. Means I actually need to go this way. Oh wait, no, this all leads to the same place. I'm an idiot. Just goes to show how much damage a weak can do to your memory of a location. That's the hole that gets you back out from getting dropped. Let's put Karn in front so we don't fall in any of the holes. We'll just swap Ox back to the front once we get to the thing he needs to break. I think it is quite literally just like down these stairs. Down these stairs. It's in this room? If it's not this room, it's nearby. Nope, it's right here. Alright, Ox. Show them what you can do. Kaboom! You take B-Rang. Oh, I can't use the B-Rang? Who does use the B-Rang, then? This item... Oh! It's not B for boomerang, it's B for broken. Yeah, dang it. Oh, we'll just move that down here so I don't lose that at any point. But that is another good thing for us to keep in mind for the future. And bear in mind what it says about it being quite rare. And of course, we can't warp away from the dungeon. We gotta walk back out. But once we get out of here, I can then warp back to Gant, because that's all of the backtracking I wanted to immediately do. Was just hit that one that we saw today, and then hit where the B-Rang was. I didn't have to do that, but it's fun. Oh yeah, remember how I said we have a lot of money? And then, you know, we got down to our last, like, 20,000? Yeah. That's why we had so much money. Okay, Ox, you had your time in the sun for the moment. There's no real point in me using the inn at the second. Of course, now we have to get to where the people are being held. And it's time for a bit of logical deduction again. Because we were told what direction it was in, but we weren't really told too much else. We were told, basically, that it was on the other side of the mountains. I believe they said the western side of the mountains? But if I am remembering right, that's only partially correct. This is on the western side of specific mountains. Not necessarily the ones you would think. Because if I am recalling the lay of the land correctly, I think it's actually over in the other bit, but I'm going to check here first. Make sure I'm not getting my wires crossed completely. It's either here, or it's in that underwater volcano section. But I'm pretty sure it is over here. Because this would be the western section of the mountains relative to Gant. Yeah, this is the right place. You'll notice Karn can't open that. Though it does look like it's boarded up rather than locked. And Ox can't open it either. Just in case anybody's like, well, maybe Ox can open it. He can't. That is, to us, unopenable. I might actually just leave Ox at the front here, because we are going to have a bunch of places where he's going to have to bust through. It's going to mean Karn's going to fall behind a little bit. Oh, giant hammer. Pity that's out of date already. Echo hat, though, might be good. Not better than your iron mask. Is it better than my face mask? No. It is better than your chain hat. Is it better than your horn hat? No. Okay. Can you wear it, Nina? You can, and that gives you more act and more magic, so yes, you take that. So here's what we're gonna do then. Oh, you're gonna take a break because you're the highest level. He's the one I'm least concerned about having fall behind. Went up the wrong stairs. This does mean we don't have any attack magic particularly, but that's okay. We can break through that wall, but we can also just go grab this treasure. Fight this guy. Escaped prisoner's returned, he's brought help. Lancer X. Take note of when enemies have things like X and things like that next to them, because that does usually denote that they're a stronger variant. Usually significantly stronger. Honestly, it's only fitting that we have Ox run through this place with us anyway, because, you know, these are his people. He should be here to save his people, rather than leaving it all to us. In hindsight, it probably would have been cheaper magic-wise to dragon form and then have everybody else do their regular attacks, rather than attack-upping everybody other than me. Yeah, it's fine. Marble wearing off is okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of regular dudes. Because as you might imagine, they do not want us getting through here to free the prisoners. This is why I wanted the better boomerang before coming in here, though. Is because I knew it was going to be a lot of enemy groups of, like, large sizes that are decent enemies. But I think actually switching back to the other boomerang might be too much of a damage down at this point. Be effective. There we go, level 24 for Nina. Zom 2 has been learned. Zom nom 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 nom. So yeah, the main gimmick of this dungeon, as you can probably tell, is Ox can punch through the walls to go around encounters and things like that. We're gonna go ahead and take all the encounters to get levels, though. Not to mention, some of the chests might actually have things we might want in them. Have you bash the other one to even it out now? Just have him fight like he would Smith. Just keep hitting different parts to balance out the height of how much he's crushed things. Man, that slow speed, though, does mean a lot more enemies get to take actions. Punch. Hey, buddy, look behind you. It would have been funnier if they let me actually walk up to him and just go tap him on the shoulder, but you know. Sometimes no fun is allowed. Hey, you know what? We've got spare stones. I could just magic him, but nah, it'll be fine. I don't even know if I'm going to bother dragon forming for this, honestly. He's not that strong, considering he's already down to about half. Like, sure, he deals out some damage, but part of the thing is, we've been using so little in the way of resources throughout most of these dungeons up to this point anyway. That's the funny thing, too. These guys are only worth 650, as opposed to the enemy groups we fight in here, so it's a little silly in that regard. Yeah, due to using the marbles all the time, we never, like, actually use our resources in these dungeons. Oh no, a pair of spearmen. They're gonna teach you about the power of spearmen. Ah! Anyway, he's basically dead. These Breath of Fire sessions go by so fast. Like, I just looked up and realized again, like, oh yeah, it's almost 3 hours in already. feels like we only just started. But a lot has already happened if you think about it. Considering we got a ship, that ship sank, we got another ship, that ship sank, we got 2 of the keys we need. Because we now have, I think, 3 out of the 6 goddess keys, which is a whole thing. We stopped the dark dragons from getting any of those keys so far, so we've really upset them. We nearly drowned, we got shipwrecked, we got extorted to get gills to be able to leave the island we got shipwrecked on, our extorters in our party. It's been a ride. Okay, I need to go around that way to get to that chest. I should have finished walking down this path. We got sorcerers. Who are, as you might imagine, less durable than most of the physical fighters around here. But they, you know, do that. Use Devastate and hurt me. I Nina actually countered with the E key. That's interesting. She also had a shield pop up. Does that mean that the shield spell was still on, or is that something she's wearing that did that? I genuinely am not sure, but it was very interesting that that happened. No, Ox needs healing too. Here. Oh, right, meat is an all heal, so I should have just used that, but oh well. It was to show how often I use my healing items, eh? At least at this point. Nina's normally the source of all life for us. But I'm trying to save her magic for when we actually get to something more important than just these clowns. Downside, of course, all these clowns are slowly whittling us. Sometimes not so slowly. Because if you think about it, as long as they don't miss, it's like 30 hit points off of a character per encounter if they've focused one character down. So eventually that adds up when you've only got like 200 or so hit points. And the fact that it was just a basic life over there meant that was not worth the side trip for it. But until you go look, like I said before, no way to know. Good crit. That is another downside to using the E key, I admit, is I'm pretty confident you can't crit with item use, so there's never going to be like a big hit from the E key. It's just a guaranteed, like in a fight like this, 90 damage because there's 3 targets. I'm pretty sure, even with the new weapon I gave her, it's still stronger than her attacks. Metal shield, which we already gave those out to everybody that needs those, so that's useless. At least it's money. Start rebuilding my fortune. Actually, you know what, Nina, go ahead and attack the spearman. See how much damage you do. Yeah, see, she does 32 to a single target, as opposed to doing 30 to every target. It's not a worthwhile exchange, even with an upgraded weapon. Just in case anybody's like, wow, he's just really down on Nina all the time. It's like, no. These are just facts I'm talking about here. She unfortunately does end up getting the typical lot of she is healer, therefore she does nothing else. Which characters named Nina show up, I believe, in basically every Breath of Fire, but some of the other Ninas get attack magic in addition to being your healer. And they kind of break out of that role a bit more. I went the wrong way. Okay, I'm gonna put a marble on just for fixing this wrong turn I did. Yeah, you literally just needed to round this corner. Was that door open? We saw another breakable, didn't we? No, we didn't. Yes, we did. I think it was this one, and I just thought it was lower for some reason. You came back, huh? You've got guts, but that's not enough. He is a frog. You remember we fought a frog like this twice now, actually. The first boss was a frog, which had less spikes, and then there was a Dark Dragon General that turned into a frog earlier. This is something we use Dragon Form for. Also heal me a bit. I was being kind of lazy. Otherwise, I would have healed before I came down here. I thought for some reason there was another floor to this before we get to fighting Toad. Also, if I had known he turned into a Toad and I could do a decent Toad voice, I absolutely would have fucking done that. But considering my throat has gone in and out of being mad at me in recent times anyway, a high voice like that would have been a questionable decision regardless. We're gonna put shields on everybody with the fact that he was doing 44 to me in dragon form. Everybody gonna need a shield. We'll give the next shield to Karn probably, because Ox can take it, not to mention he can also heal himself. So he's less at risk on that front. Oh, of course you immediately shot for Nina, who was going to be the next one to get a shield. And is still going to. It's a little overkill to use Cura 3 there, but go ahead and do it anyway. Because it'll go earlier in the turn order. Nina, shield thyself, and then the last shield goes to Ox. This way everybody has a shield on. Go ahead and heal Karn back up. Might have only needed a regular Cura, but it's fine. And mind you, I could be judging what the shield spell does completely wrong. Since it pops a shield around them and says deflect, it may very well actually be like a spell shield for all I know. But one way or the other, it seems like a good thing to have. And have Nina heal herself, because turn priority. And remember, or thing to note in case you didn't know this already, items don't have the same turn priority healing magic does. Healing magic is high priority and tends to go first. Might even be guaranteed to go first. I don't remember 100% there. Items go at the character's normal turn order. So it's very important if you need a heal to happen to use healing magic. Make sure the heal happens. Unless you know you can wait for the heal to happen. At which point, you know, you do you. You know, as long as you've got a competent healing character on the team, very few of these encounters are going to be too scary unless you are way out of your depth. Which one could argue we kind of are right now, or at least we should be, but we're not. With how much I've skipped through using marbles, you would think I would be more underleveled than I actually am. Toad began crying, which canceled Ox's turn, which is the annoying thing about those holdout states. Which is actually part of why I had tried to set that up the way I did, but it didn't quite work according to plan. Yeah, I think we're good for the second. Go ahead and E-key. I was debating having her do a low cure either on herself or on me. Good crit, good crit. Low cure should still be good enough for the amount of health I have. Not quite, but it should be good enough for the... Never mind. Just immediately said no, fuck you. But he also died, so it didn't matter. Karn hits 18. Now, it's worth noting as well that I'm pretty sure characters who are not in the active party don't get any experience. I can't go on. Explode. Ox, you're alive. I wouldn't have made it without their help. It's too bad you didn't get here earlier, Drac. Dragons have taken the weapon and prisoners to Nepal in the north. Ox's wife is among the prisoners. Nepal is well known for its security. Nepal has very tight security. It'll be difficult to get in. There's an old man in Gant who was in the dragon's army. Perhaps he could give us some advice. Let's go north and Waldrak. So I think that old man hidden behind the wall is the old man who used to be in the Dark Dragon army. Or in the Dragon's army. They didn't specify which army. There's a forest there we can go through, and I think that's the way to Nepal. There's also this path over here. Why is Gobi in the party? Gobi didn't even talk in that cutscene in the section. Why did he even shuffle around? God damn it, game. This is what I was talking about, having to pay attention to who gets put where in the party. They're still a bit hurt after that encounter for Toad. I probably should have healed more. Yeah, it's fine. These chimeras, though, are no joke, considering how much they did not take damage there. Yeah, they don't hit that hard, though. They just have a lot of health. Just means we'll focus one of them down. Nina can go ahead and do some healing. Her AP is getting kind of low, though. We have lots of acorns, so it's not like I'm gonna run out. But it's one of those things where I would like to try to preserve those for an actual emergency. Oh no, inactive party members do gain levels, because Gobi just gained a level. So I don't actually have to have Ox out unless he's doing his job then if I don't want him to be out. So I suppose it's only fair that I have the new party members actually get some time in the sun. So I'll probably rotate Gobi in for a little while soon. Just so he gets to be out in the front for a little while. I forget what his overworld thing is, if he even has one. This looks important. Oh yeah, it's another one of these. So never mind about Gobi getting screen time for a moment. Hey, Bo, get back up here. So I may end up having to do this alone like I did the last one. Also, the ads are about to start, so we're not gonna do anything too bold right now. But I'm gonna get some AP back right quick just in case. Yeah, while the ads run, I'm gonna go ahead and get up and stretch my legs, take care of a thing or two. You know, the usual. Enjoy this chill music while I'm away. Back in a moment. Alright, y'all should be coming back from the ads any second now. Welcome back. We're about to potentially do another of these dragon shrines. Which, if you missed the last time I did one of these, we had to fight something here alone. Which got pretty rough. But what we earned from that was our ability to transform into the 3 dragons we can turn into. So logic denotes if I succeed in doing this right now, we will more than likely A, gain more forms, or B, gain abilities in the forms that we are in. So this is going to be very useful to us. But it's probably going to be quite difficult, so it's a good thing I have a bunch of these magic stones and such still on hand, because this might get bad. Only a member of the dragon family can enter the dragon palace. Okay, I need to put myself at the front of the party. To enter, you must complete the first step and have the dragon sword. Never mind, we can't do this yet. I'm writing this down, just give me a sec. That does make me wonder if I missed a shrine somewhere. Considering he talks about having done the first step. Unless he means what I did already is the first step and then the dragon sword is a separate requirement. I genuinely don't remember. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that shrine. But obviously, if I can make that happen, I will, because it will more than likely do something good for us. And when I get out of this combat, I'm going to check the map and see if it's marked on the map. I made it sure to make it very clear where this was as best I could when I wrote the note down. No, it does not seem to be. We're also, like, on top of it, so it'll be hard to see it. Now, admittedly, I don't know if party members that are not active only get partial experience. That might be true. A bit further away, and then hopefully we'll be able to tell on the map. Nope, it's not there visibly, so I need to remember, like, slightly down and left of that building there, on this side of the mountain range, is where the thing is. Now, of course, I also don't entirely remember how to get the dragon sword, but we'll figure that out as we go. Okay, this wasn't like a secret path somewhere, this was just a dead end. Understood. Oh hey, red slimes, that's different. Anyway, hope you liked the red slimes, because they're gonna be gone in a second. Turns out, even though they're new slimes, they're still slimes. And in this world, that means they're not very strong. Let this stand as yet another reminder to everybody why we always use marbles for walking around. Is this encounter rate sure is something. I believe we went up already, didn't we? I'm gonna go ahead and go into the thing up here. I know they said that the guy in Gant would help us. But I want to see if it blocks me from going in here. Because if it doesn't, we might be able to bypass the backtracking. No, we can just go into these woods. Alright. Hello, creepy wizard hanging out in the back of a bird place. The castle ahead is too dangerous to attack. Get some help. Nope. I got this. Okay, you know, maybe that is too much. You know, that is a whole lot of dudes that got piled up there. Alright, fine. This does mean a lot of walking again, though. I do wonder why that guy's just kind of hanging out in the woods to warn me about that. And of course, you know, we restored some of the people to the town, so there's some people walking around again. They might have reduced the price at the inn. I wasn't paying attention to what the price of the inn was before. Take care of Ox. We have guards posted around town in order to stop the Dark Dragons. That's worked out so well for you before. Kind of just poking my head around to see if other people have been repopulated completely or not. I don't think they will have. I think only, like, the small handful we actually physically saw get released are around. Did I even go in this house? Even if I didn't, it doesn't matter. We gotta go talk to the weirdo hidden behind the dresser. This is twice we've had to talk to somebody hidden behind a dresser lately. You have a B-Rang. They're very rare. I can fix it for you while you rest. Oh, well, if I'd known I was gonna rest after interacting with you, I would have done that. It was a pleasure to work on such a fine piece. It's completely fixed. He might be able to fix the broken sword, too, actually. Let me go grab that from storage. I know, a lot of running back and forth, but just bear with me. I didn't remember that he was the guy who fixed these things. For some reason, I was thinking it was after we saved everybody here that I could do that, which is why I was waiting. But the classic talk to everybody just in case paid off there. There's a chance that that broken sword is the dragon sword, and that's why it's worth it to double check right now. Because that might give us the ability to actually go in that shrine. You saved our men, now our skills won't be put to evil purposes. Nope, he doesn't react to the sword. Maybe it will be that we need something else as well for the broken sword to get fixed. So the B-Rang is only 2 points of damage less than the power sword, and it allows us to act faster. So we are using the B-Rang. Now you know why I wanted it. Shove, shove. Oh good, all the rocks are still gone. Okay, no, he's not the one we needed to talk to then. Okay. Who is the man we need to see then? We must ask you one more favor. Please save the girls in the ball castle. We're working on it. I suppose they separated the men and women so that if the men broke free or the women broke free, they wouldn't be able to free everyone. Admittedly, they could have just separated people in general that way, but 6 of one, half dozen the other there, I suppose. Let's go ahead and put the broken sword back in storage for now. So I suppose with the increased carrying capacity we have, I could actually just carry it around just in case, because, you know, we have a lot of storage space again suddenly. Go ahead and put the pouch away. It's probably not going to matter. Put the regular rang away because that's no longer relevant. It may end up becoming relevant at some point. Oh yeah, put the fife back away as well. And we can clean out some of this unused nonsense by selling it. You sell marbles here? Do not. I could have done this inventory management while the ads ran, but considering where we were, it was not exactly going to be a super viable idea to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Herbs are still relevant enough that I may as well keep using them as my just walking around restore health option. Alright, let me go ahead and move the broken sword down to the bottom of the inventory, though. Actually, yeah, swap that with the power sword. I don't know if I'm ever actually going to use the power sword, since it's a very minor power difference between the power sword and the B-Rang, but I'm gonna keep it on hand just in case. In case I make that decision at some point. You'll need the wisdom of the old man in the east to attack Nabal. Oh. Did they say he wasn't in Gant? Did they say he was somewhere else? And I just saw Gant and went, oh, he's in Gant. I probably did exactly that. So old man in the east, then. Sometimes brain skips a beat when I'm reading, and I miss parts of sentences, and it seems like that might be what happened here. But if he's just east of Gant, then we didn't have too much other information anyway. One way or the other, it was definitely worth coming back to Gant just to get the B-Rang sorted out, though. Let's check up here and see if said east of Gant location is just over here. Or if somewhere we have to go through the water. There's this little hut over here. This might be the old man we're looking for. He is an old man. We have a B-Rang. It's true, this is the real B-Rang. It's perfect. But you can't just rely on your weapons. You have to use your head, too. A grim fowl is a tame bird until you steal its eggs. Then it goes berserk. You could use it as a weapon. The egg strategy works. Just use your head and an egg. So yeah. He's not actually going to help more than that. But I remember this bit now. Oh, it's just a creep. Just get out of here. You don't stand a chance against us. It does make a degree of sense for the enemies to be a bit tamer where the old man's hanging out, though, because how else is this old man gonna survive around here, you know? Let's see. For getting to that fort, we need to go back in the water. And then go back over to that left-hand ramp. Ah, Cactus X, huh? Okay. Showing off with my new boomerang already, I see. We did get a lot more crits when we were using the boomerang anyway. Actually, I should check the shops back in Prima before we go too far. Because we are getting low on marbles, which is why I wasn't using them walking across here right now. And one of the item shops here might sell marbles. So I thought we bought some here before. Don't really need the rest of the nonsense that they're selling because we have so much in the way of other supplies just laying around. But marbles, though. I always need more marbles. Lord knows I lose mine all the time. Okay, this is your fishing shop if you want to do fishing. Smiths are very powerful. They smash rocks with their hands. The ocean is huge. Unless you're a big fish, it's difficult to cross. One of these two shops had better sell marbles. I'm gonna be very cross. You sell a bunch of stones, which is nifty and all. You also sell stacks of charms. I'm gonna grab one of those stacks of charms, considering the amount of effects we had to get rid of earlier. I don't know if we're gonna start encountering lots of curse again at any point, but having a full stack of charms to deal with that will be handy. There's marble 1s, but not marble 3s. And they are selling vitamins. Huh. And pouches, so I presume those have other purposes then, for them to be sold in another shop. Maybe it was the flea market that had the marbles. Because there's a weapon shop here and an item shop and 2 weapon shops. Is the steel bow any good? Yeah. But the evil sword. The evil sword is better. Or by far. So let's go ahead and get her the evil sword. This might be a bad idea, but I'm buying it. The wool robe is the same as the wool robe she's already wearing. The sickle is for me, but it's obviously going to be similar to the scythe, so there's not really a reason for me to buy that. At least we corrected the thing we forgot about. And yeah, this shop has marble 3s, one at a time though. So I'm just going to buy a few of these, don't mind me. How many of them do I have now? At least 1 full stack. 2.5 stacks. That should be good enough for a bit. This way we can walk back without having to fight everything along the way back, is the idea. We'll go ahead and touch the save point again. And as a curiosity move, though, it's interesting that we also can't use the map when we're underwater. Yeah, you can't use warp underwater at all. Okay, well that explains why we can't warp to Prima then, because you just can't warp underwater at all. Fish. No, they're literally just fishy. Fishy, 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 die. Thank you for taking my words there to heart, there, Karn. Just slammed one of the fish right in next Tuesday. We went down and around this way, didn't we? I haven't turned the marble on yet because these enemies weren't that bad to get through. It's more for getting past the soldier piles that I was like, I don't feel like dealing with them. They take a lot of hits. These things take a fair amount of hits too, though, so I probably should have marbled anyway, but eh. These are at least not always the encounter you get. And they do have the benefit of not doing much damage, unlike the soldiers who do actually take a decent chunk out of us. But yeah, for convenience sake, that was it. This is what I bought the marbles for. You know what? We do get meat off of the boars, so... a bow. Since we have a marble running anyway. Or, you know, that one's just gonna corner itself for me. Because it is actually rather tricky to shoot these things, because your range means they tend to get startled. But if you can shoot ahead of them like that, you can get them. But since those meats are an all heal, seems like a good idea to grab. I also should have opened that door from the other side. I believe that's how we open this, is we open it from this side. No? Maybe Karn needs to open it from this side. Nope, still can't open it. Never mind. I don't know how to open those. Karn can stay in the lead. His ox has already busted all the walls down anyway, so it doesn't much matter. Oh, how I wish this game had an option to just press a button and reactivate a marble, just like off of a prompt when the marble wears off. But that's just layers of convenience that this era just didn't have yet. And that's fine. At least they give me the convenience of not having to fight every encounter forever. Take your victories where you can get them and all that, you know? Now to go set up a trap. Now the thing is, though, there's... oh no, there's an egg here now. Ah! I think what I was supposed to do is do it when none of them were near the egg, but I also wanted to see what the fight looked like. I wasn't sure if I was getting the fight in these, but I was curious, you know? Curiosity gets you in trouble all the time, though. As you might imagine, having an army of these go charging up to the castle, it's gonna be quite handy. Because none of those soldiers are gonna do nearly as well as we are in dealing with the Grimfowl, I'm sure, considering how easily we dispatch their soldiers. Even if the soldiers at the gate of the castle are a higher class of soldier, they're still gonna have a rough time. Stands to reason we probably could have just chopped our way through the pile either way, but this will be much more efficient. Should be able to just attack our way to victory here, unless this has a boss fight mechanic to it, which it does. Grimfowl got mad. Right. Tell you what, then. Let's fry some chicken. Not a charm. Use the E key. Oh, it had the same idea, huh? You know, this is a problem right here. This is what's commonly referred to as a issue. Let's fix it. Really wants Bo dead, goddamn. It's like, ordinarily I'd say, like, oh yeah, he's the one most dangerous to it, but my boomerang's doing the same damage his lightning bolts are. So I can't really say that that's true. Heal him more this time, since he's almost invariably gonna get hit with burnout again. Man, this bird's got a lot of hit points. You're a tough bird, that's sure. There we go. Thank you for getting a crit and getting us out of here, Karn. Level 17 for Ox. That's it. We are now surrounded. Take egg. Normal 3 no longer works. That's fine. Hello, gentlemen. Would you like an egg? This is the castle of the Empire. You have no business here. Okay, I can't manually use the egg. You'll never be able to use this. So where do I deploy the egg? Do I, like, sneak around the back? Was I supposed to do something else after picking up the egg? See, I assumed that they would promptly go berserk like I was told they would. And then they would, like, chase me up to the castle. That clearly is not what happened here. So what am I missing? Also, the mysterious robed man that was here is gone. Which is also quite suspicious. Maybe I'm supposed to wait till night. Maybe this is another one of those time-dependent things. Behold, nighttime! They're very attentive even at this hour, huh? Okay. Like, hide the egg over here somewhere? Huh. I am very clearly either missing something, or misunderstanding something, or have forgotten something vitally important. Because clearly the idea was get egg, and then use egg to do something, to get these birds real riled up and go rip up the enemy. Maybe there's somewhere else I'm supposed to send the birds. Maybe they don't go to the castle directly. It is fascinating that you go to pick up the egg, the birds surround you, and then you pick up the egg. You would think that that's not how that would play out either, but... well, it is what it is, I suppose. Maybe there's like something up at the top over here that I'm supposed to do with the egg. Like, so the birds think the egg's at the castle, but it's not actually at the castle or something. I don't know. Worst case, we'll go back to the old man if I still don't understand what I'm doing and see if he has dialogue relating to what I'm supposed to do with the egg. It's also interesting that he had an interaction with the fact that we had the B-Rang. I wonder if he would have actually told us to get that as part of that or not. Here? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the old man, because as far as I can tell, there's nothing over here for me to do with that. It's back to Gant. And we walk from Gant to the old man, which thankfully, with the marbles, doesn't take that long. Once more, apologies for all the running back and forth, but this, as y'all can probably tell, is just the nature of how these things work. And I'm willing to bet a lot of people would have struggled to figure out that there's a path over here and that the old man was over here. Considering that path is not very clear at all either. I just went for it because it's like, ooh, skinny path that probably is something. Egg strategy works, just use your head in an egg. Okay, so that didn't help at all. Saved myself a few seconds of walking. It's like, part of me is like, maybe I need to, like, slowly walk with the egg and lead the birds up. That is a possibility. Like, it's a stupid answer, but let's be real here, the stupid answers are frequently correct. And I really don't know what I was thinking that the old man was gonna, like, magically show up to tell me what to do when I got the egg or something. Gills are in place so we can swim across. There is also a whole question mark of where that egg came from, considering there was no egg when we were there before. We left, talked to an old man about using an egg strategically, and then suddenly the egg is there. Like, obviously one of the birds laid the egg, but it's just interesting timing that the egg just happened to be laid right after we needed it. I'm gonna walk over here just in case there's something over here, because we didn't go look this way yet. Now there's another one of these trees, which we still haven't figured out what to do with those trees. And then a dead end. Just making sure I'm not supposed to, like, nestle the egg over here somewhere, because this is behind the castle. So it would have been clever, like, oh, they sense that the egg is over there, so they'll tear through the castle trying to find a way to where the egg is. Let's use the question mark on the egg. This is the egg of a Grimfowl. Okay. Hopefully I didn't, like, soft lock this by killing the Grimfowl. Like, maybe I was supposed to run from it after I took the egg or something. And then it would chase me up there. Then why would it box you in with the egg at that point? That wouldn't make sense. Maybe it's just me, but this sequence does not make a lot of sense. I'm doing my best to work this out, but I'm not having the most success. Unless maybe I'm supposed to bring it to somebody in Gant and then they make a device for it? I'm gonna try the, like, lead the birds strategy first and see if that works. Otherwise, we may end up having to walk back again. It seems like they're vaguely following me. Yeah, I've got one. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe I'm supposed to, like, lead a bunch of the Grimfowl up with me. Yeah, see, they're with me on the big map now. Okay, yeah, I'm doing this correctly. Oh, I think I lost him at the end, though. God damn it. So this is just a case if you have to go really slowly, so you don't lose the Grimfowl. Well, at least I figured it out. I genuinely had the right idea to begin with, but I did it wrong. I'm glad I didn't look this up, because I would be more upset right now than I am currently about this. Got 3 of them attached to me right now. Karn threw the egg into the castle. There we go. And now they're all getting chased around by birds. So at least I didn't need to bring multiple of them with me. I just needed to bring the one. And then it counted for all of them. And now chaos is ensuing within the castle. That's the part I remembered being funny. Like, oh yeah, look at them all getting chased around by birds. I don't know if we get into fights in here despite them being chased around by the birds, so we're gonna go ahead and just continue to marble for a little while. Make up for the lost time of how long it took us to get that to work. Especially since this seems like a place with a lot of dead ends. Gee, I wonder what's behind this wall. Oh no. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and just let Karn take a break for a minute there. Oh, that's just like the army, huh? Never mind. Hey, Karn, get back in the party. Oh, he's gonna run away. You've done well to get here. I don't have time to deal with you. You've destroyed the castle. We must punish you. Oh, you guys all can transform, huh? Good for you. What? You know, I was ready for a lot of transformation options. Funny looking slime dudes, not the one. Not the one I expected at all. I'm gonna assume these are decently dangerous, but we'll wait this out for a second here. They're not hitting super hard. And their health bar moves along decently from regular attacks, so maybe this won't be too bad. I'm definitely glad I have the B-Rang. Otherwise, these guys would definitely take a while to kill. Just because there's 3 of them. An argument could be made for, like, attack up here and things like that, but eh. If they did more damage, I would be more concerned about ending this fight fast. But as it stands, they're not a big enough threat for me to care. We can mostly just kind of mash our way through this. Karn and Bo focus on the one that still has most of his health. The Boomerang and the Key should clean up the rest of them. I should have healed Nina, though. Okay, they didn't attack Nina more than once, so we're fine. Because I was like, the over-under on her dying quickly doesn't seem likely. That's what I was pondering, was whether they merge or if it was a case of I needed to defeat all 3 of them at the same time, which is why you saw me juggling my attacks around. And also why I didn't use any attack magic yet. But Nina, physician heal thyself, please. Good crit, making up for lost ground. Still not super strong. They definitely hit harder, but they're not, like, super durable. Now there's only 1 target, though. I'll switch to dragon form and start nuking it. Slap that slime in the microwave. Like, an argument could be made where it would have been just as well if I just kept using the Boomerang, because I burnt a turn transforming. But in theory, the damage we're going to be doing in dragon form should still be worth the turn I spent doing that. Considering we do nearly double our regular attack damage still in dragon form, so it should be good math there. Keyword being should. But for a fight like this, I don't think I need to be doing optimal math anyway, because it's about to end. So he'll probably have that extra holdout bit like everybody else does. Good crit, good crit. Yep, nope, he just dies. It would have actually been very annoying if he had the extra bit afterwards, since he basically was a two-phase fight. You win, but you're too late. General's gone to destroy Prima. Thanks for telling us your plan. Oh, that's where all the people were. They loaded the weapon onto a ship. You must stop them. Oh, and we're just getting teleported right away, huh? All of my soldiers have been defeated. I'll seek revenge after I destroy Prima. We're not gonna stop him, huh? We're just gonna watch him sail away. Okay. Well, this is a problem. Prima's in danger. The secret weapon is a torpedo. We still have a chance. Let's go see the guild owner and Prima. How are we gonna get there faster than the boat? We must bring peace to the land for the sake of our children. Yes, I know. 6 more months to go. We'll have peace before our baby's born. Let's move. Oh wow, we just warped there immediately. Okay. We didn't destroy the weapon. We need Wisdon's sorceress. Ask the man upstairs for information. Get the feeling we're just gonna be sent globetrotting and somehow we're expected to manage to do all of this before the town gets obliterated. Also, the was because my party got rearranged again. Who disturbs my sleep? What are you talking about? Sorceress? Yes, that's what I'm asking about. The sorceress won't like to be woken, but you can find her in Wisdon. Hence the name Wisdon Sorceress. Yes, where is Wisdon, old man? You can enter the town if you have the statue. Look under the bed. Alright. There we go. There's where the statue is. I was trying to find the right angle. Okay, so I need to find Wisdon now that I have the statue. Will you tell me where Wisdon is? Nope. So he was the only one that's gonna give me information, and he didn't tell me where Wisdon is. Maybe somebody in town knows. Yes, I know about Gant, which him specifically telling me where Gant was would have been helpful. That's the same old man. That's why he knew about the B-Rang. Okay. Careful with your dealings with Gobi, you could get burned. Already learned that one. Yep, this is Prima. Not so abundant with the goods right now, though. Okay, so far, only one of them has been useful at all. Is the big fish running now? Ant has been attacked. That's why we don't have the goods. I mean, we're running out of directions to go. So we only have so many things to try to get to Wisdon anyway. So I guess let's go a-trekking and go find where Wisdon is. We'll start from this one. I think this was where we were. Yeah, this is where we were. We're stuck, so we'll go to the right from here. So this is where the desert access was. So no, it's not here either. Because that's Aria there, Bleak's on the right, Arid's down there. There's not any of this. So we have two options in my mind right now. A, it's through that volcano section. Which I forget if I'm doing that now or if I'm doing that after I go find the sorceress. Which is why that's a question mark. Or it's that area to the right that we went and looked at, but didn't seem like it was the right path, so I turned around. So I'm gonna go try that area to the right first. Like, unless my brain just skipped over where he said Wisdom was, which I feel like I didn't into this time. We just don't know where Wisdom is. Do all this trekking and Prima will be destroyed before we get anywhere. Then again, yeah, I can't get to that little shack with all these rocks in the way. Unless I can use Ox on this map as well. Oh yeah, and you can actually take the main character out of the party if you want to. I'm just not going to. Well, that leaves me just the choice of going through the volcano, then. I think. No, there's this area past it. There's nothing back here. Well, let's have a look. If it's really bad in here, we just turn around and leave. Dogfish. Okay, sure. Why not? We didn't heal or anything after that fight. I knew I didn't save. I wasn't sure if I had healed. Okay, it doesn't hit very hard. It's just a lot of health. That's fine. Or a lot of defense, I suppose, is more accurate. Since we're not doing a lot of damage per hit here. There we go. Not worth a ton of experience either, though. So, this is probably a correct direction. If you're wondering why I didn't turn the marble back on when I walked in here, I wanted to get a feel for whether this was the correct direction by checking the lay of the land in terms of enemies. You know, ignoring the fact there's not much land here since we're underwater, but that's neither here nor there. Based on those encounters, though, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the marble back on. I will say, I also remember more occasions where you were forced to use specific characters, but apparently either I'm remembering wrong or I got confused when they would switch the party around, which is entirely possible. Okay, there's stairs there. Anything back here? Treasure! 3,000 gold. We actually do kind of need that now that I had spent so much money in Prima. Not to mention, you know, we gotta pay our debt to Gobi somehow, haha. You know, I never did try using the statue. I can't, okay. I had a moment there where I'm like, wait, what if it was just you use the statue and you end up at Wisdom somehow? Which would explain why the only thing he said about getting there was take the statue. Hey, Sage, so far so good. Just wandering around the ocean a little bit lost as to where I'm supposed to be going, but I'll figure it out. I do have a basic idea of where I'm going, but hopefully you're doing well. I did not mean to use 2 of my marbles. God damn it. I was clicking through the box that popped up and ended up doing it twice. Didn't even realize I could use 2 of those. Very good. Glad to hear it. I think this slips me back around to the stairs. Nice. 3's a good one. don't remember exactly where in here I need to be going. Since the ad's about to start, though, I'm going to probably get up for a moment while the ad runs so y'all don't miss anything, even though we're just kind of walking around in here trying to find the way through. For sake of anybody who may be interested in figuring out the path or seeing the path, probably be worth it. And I'm sure people will want to see me stumble around in here. So it looks like we found something significant here, so I'm gonna go ahead and wait here until the ads are done. Go take care of a couple things while the ads go. Back in a moment. Okay. We may as well get back in action because y'all should be back from ads fully here in a couple seconds. I just wanted to check on a couple things. Now, this is a dead end. The cliffhanger was for a dead end, as it turns out. Welcome back from ads. We have gone nowhere. This lava might be important for something, but I think either A, this is... Oh no, the ocean volcano is full of hot, bubbly lava. So I might be getting my order of operations wrong, and I might not be supposed to be here yet. I may need to, like, throw something into the volcano. But obviously I do not have the thing to throw in the lava yet. $2,000 gold, not too bad. I swear these marbles are lasting less and less time. So that probably isn't enough of them to last me in this area completely. If we go up here? Nope, this is a dead end with just an item. It is an M drop though. Which those are those full heal the party and cure all bad things that I was telling y'all about before that we've used a whole one of so far the entire playthrough. So getting another one of those, very good. I think this is the whole place though. Because that's where we just were. I wouldn't mind finding a ring at this point, honestly. We don't have that many of those. Ah, there is another item. Power DR. I think that's Power Dagger? Arn, are you about to be very happy? You are. Makes you very slightly slower, but makes you hit 12 points higher. Yep, that works for me. Considering he is now competing with Ox as a concept as our fourth, he definitely needs all the help he can get to get him into a relevant position. Just gonna double check over here. This is the ladder that led to the lava, right? This looks right. Oh hey, we got Crawler X's. Upgraded pill bugs. Which means they're probably gonna poison us. Careful about mentioning that. That's not something we've gotten yet. I know what you're talking about, but that would be information everyone else may not have. We'll address that further when we get to that. But yes, that is about par for the course. Okay, yeah, that is just where the lava is. Not too worried about these crawlers anymore. I'm not gonna bother fishing for the earthquake key for these because they don't live that long. These I'm not gonna bother with. Okay, fine. I said I'm not going to bother with... Just not gonna be allowed to speed this along, huh? I'm gonna try one more time. There we go. Because those things have a lot of health and they really don't give much experience, so it's just not worth my time to kill them. And since we're about out of marbles, I really don't have any other options for speeding this along at all. I think we are just at a dead end in here. I genuinely don't remember where Wisdon is. I thought it was past the volcano, but clearly that can't be true because we've been everywhere in this volcano. That works. I was gonna say after I deal with these, I'll just take a quick look. And, well, Karn was just as interested in finding the information as I was, so 1 second. Where the hell is this place? Right! Okay, I remember exactly where it is now. Yeah, they reference a bunch of previous material in later games, which is always good to see. I forgot about this place, but it makes sense that this is where we're going. Because of things that are connected to specific places. I should have remembered that. So I'll go ahead and just tell y'all what it told me. Remember that moving city in the desert that more than likely y'all forgot about just like I did? Yeah, that's where we're going. Wisdom is that city that's moving around there. I don't remember if somebody in Arid mentioned the moving city's name being Wisdom, and I was supposed to remember that, or if that's just meant to be a, hey, you run out of other ideas and you go check that because the desert's nearby situation. Could go either way there, really. Something I've always found kind of interesting is multiple characters, or at least multiple character names, reappear throughout this series. Like, I seem to recall that one of the early party members of Breath of Fire 2 is also named Bo, and is of relatively the same species, much like you encounter a Nina in, like, basically every Breath of Fire. It's interesting when you think about it. And yeah, of course, it was the era of strategy guides and such, but even taking strategy guides out of the equation, these games usually give you information somewhere. Just a lot of the time you had to write it down, or play through the game all in one go nearly to have the information in front of you. Since I'm playing this once a week, I probably just forgot the name after it had been mentioned previously, because I forgot to write that one down because I didn't think it was important. We're just picking up a bunch of marbles again for convenience, and then we're gonna make our way to where we need to be. Because, you know, there's plenty of time for shopping when this city's in danger. There we go. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, though. I'll still rather not be told what a city's name is and expect to figure that out than go chasing through that fucking desert or for the invisible oasis in Final Fantasy 1, or find the specific tile the airship's on again in Final Fantasy 1. Because at least we know where that city is that we're heading towards. We just gotta get to it. Yeah, the original version of 1 is a choice. We did that not that long ago. That was what I did on Mondays before this. Is this the ramp I wanted? No, this is the one for Gant. I do kind of wish the map in this game was a bit better, but, you know, you can only get so much on the Super Nintendo. And even then, I popped up here just to show the map. This is still a very useful map. It just could be better. Like, the fact that some of the shrines and such aren't marked on the map is one of the things I'm like, they could have marked those. At the very least, after you'd been to them, they could have marked them. But that's asking for a lot, I freely admit. Yeah, having to come back here to go to Wisdom is almost certainly why we couldn't put the icicle away either. Which, that suddenly makes sense. Which is why the immediate, oh, when I looked up where Wisdom was. He's like, oh, you know, that just makes sense. Yeah, till you have the statue, you can't walk in here. It's full of ghosts. Sorceress, you sealed off the power of tears, sleeping here. Our leader is deep in the palace. Our leader has been resting for thousands of years. Presumably, that's the palace, and we have to go down those stairs to go up the stairs in front of it to go in. And obviously, most of this town is non-functional because it's, you know, a wreck and a relic. It's our duty to protect her from intruders. You look okay. Great intruder protection, guys. It's like, oh, you look chill. Go on in. Go see the lady. You'll be fine. Now, admittedly, it's probably because we have the statue and are allowed to go in here in that manner to begin with that they're like, yeah, this is fine. But honestly, we beat up ghosts that look like these so many times before that they probably wouldn't be able to stop us anyway. Exactly. I'm assuming neither of these buildings have anything, but I'm making sure. Yep, just wrecked houses. I'm gonna assume there's gonna be monsters along the way down here. To give it a reason. Yep. We have fought these choppers before. We'll fight a few things in here, see if there's any new encounters, and then I'll go back to marbling, probably. Save time. Okay, I was evening them out so I'd clear a couple of them in one go, but you know, you could just go ahead and crit. Sure, why not? Won't hear me complaining. Hey, Gobi, who may never get used, has gained a level. Hooray! I do appreciate inactive party members gaining levels. So many RPGs ruin the option of even using other characters by not letting them gain levels outside of combat, you know, when they're not active party members. No. It's fine. These things are not a threat. Not having the main character in the party for these fights does not matter. But it's also the only fight I've missed. No. There we go. 50-50 odds on these being worth it. Pro shield. That might actually be worth something. It's a 2-point difference for me. Maybe it'll be better for somebody else. Nina can't use it. Karn can use it. He does need the defense more than I do. He has lower her defense, so we'll give it to him. Assuming we don't end up replacing him, which 50-50 on that. I have a current plan in mind to a certain degree of who's going to be where. And the current framework I've got in my brain still keeps Karn. It is currently a dance between two people that are in the party right now, staying or going. Which, spoilers, Nina's not going anywhere, so that should make it very easy to tell who's on the chopping block currently. Considering the way I usually do things, I think I know which order of operations I'm going to be going for here, but we'll see what happens. And of course, you know, it all depends on when we actually get another party member. Of which there is 2 spaces for more, so who knows what'll change as things go. I could have cycled to the E key and everything, but let's be real, these things weren't living through one round, even if half the party didn't attack. Another level for Bo. Level up for Karn. He's finally almost 20. He's getting there. Oh, I'm gonna need Ox again. And a reminder for everyone, the entire reason Ox is not in the party is because he is speed 0. Otherwise, he would have absolutely made the party. The non-existent speed is unacceptable to me. I may change my mind, but that's currently the scenario. And was this box even worth it? That's an old spear, so maybe not. That is currently worse than the hero spear, but it might be another one of those things that we get fixed up at the blacksmith. Considering it's old, that would make sense. Okay, it's looking like there's not anything new in here, because we've faced these M-Scorps as well, which I'm assuming are metal scorpions. Between the gray skin and the M, that would make the most sense. Not to mention the high defense these things have. I should have earthquaked these, but eh. You can tell there's a certain amount of laziness going into my combat at this point. There's just not much of anything that's a threat to us, so I'm like, I just can mash through these and move on with my life. I think it's marble time, though I think we're almost out of here, so it might be pointless to have marbled, but I'm sure going through the palace is going to be a whole thing as well. And no, we're not done in the tunnels here yet. More goodies. Silver BR. And a life. Silver bracer, I'm assuming? Oh no, it's silver bracelet, perhaps. Let's see what that says. Defense power 0, weight 0. Who can equip this? Everyone. Okay. Okay, that doesn't do anything obvious, so either it does the same thing the Dream Ring does, or it doesn't do anything. Let's see if swapping the Smart Ring in this also doesn't do anything. Okay, no, that reduces his magic and his intelligence. So it's highly likely that this does basically nothing. maybe like a status protection item or something like that. So, Karn, you can have that. I'll just keep Ox out front since we're currently still marbled anyway. In case we have more doors to break down. I definitely want to get to that room. That room seems fun. Bunch of treasure. My favorite thing. A whole bunch of racket going on for some reason suddenly. Ah, these stairs down probably lead to the stairs that lead to the treasure. Because the main stairs go up. Rage Hammer probably is better weapon for Ox, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Just bear in mind, I don't actually know where to go in these places. I'm just going on instinct, and my instinct is usually pretty good. Case in point. It's not like the design of most of these dungeons is complicated anyway. I think we have the same level of stuff, if not better, for most of that. I guess I could give you the Pro Shield, because that's way better than the Suede Shield you have. Rage Hammer is actually weaker than the Spine Hammer, and Chainmail is weaker than that. Do you have use for the Chainmail? No. How about you? No. You! Yes, but it's shit. Okay, Chainmail goes in the trash. Let me take a look out the window, because there's a lot of random racket going on. No, it's meaningless racket, at the very least, as far as I can tell. I'll take a look around the other end, too. One moment. Well, that was odd. A whole lot of nothing. Don't know what all that banging was about. Just make sure to refresh that in case I had that message pop up right before I got up to check on things. I'm just gonna assume the neighbors were being noisy or something. Probably nothing too much to think about. Okay, since we're about to go up to another floor, we'll switch back to the proper combat party here. Just in case there's a boss immediately. Oh, there's a healing fountain. That's nice. We haven't seen one of these in so long. In fact, I think it was like the second dungeon or so was the last time we saw one of those. It's been a while. But I suppose, you know, it's mostly really old buildings that have these healing pools in them. So it makes a degree of sense why only some places have the healing pools. Even if gameplay-wise it would be rather convenient to have them in more places. And obviously, you know, for a long stretch like this, it's also quite nice to have that healing pool partway. Because if you weren't using marbles like I am, you probably would have gotten at least weakened on the way through. And yeah, we see the lady sleeping there, but we're gonna look around a bit first before we engage the ghosts and wake her up. She is very clearly the sorceress in question. Many goodies around. The answer to my question of is there any goodies is no. Alright. Nothing for it but to do it. We also got fully recharged already, so no need to worry about that. You are the warrior destined to be a hero. Did you come to disturb the sleep of the sorceress? You must prove your worth to be in the presence of the sorceress. Let's see what you're made of. Oh, it's one at a time, huh? Okay. Also, you might be wondering why I didn't switch to my sword. It's a 2 damage difference. I don't think there was a reason to bother. And I was expecting to fight all 3 of them. So, you know. A little bit of an oopsie there. Couldn't give Karn an attack up. Okay, not really too big a thing. I think this might genuinely be the wisp we fought earlier. So I don't think there's much of a reason to do anything here. Especially if Karn's gonna get crits. Which is why he in particular got the attack up if I was only gonna give out 1. So maybe I should have given myself an attack up too, considering the counters. It's been a while since we saw one of those too, though, other than the, like, counter E key that Nina did earlier, somehow. Yep, there we go, he's gone. Hey, level up for me. Yay for me. He left a life too. Well done. Yep, it is just the ghosts we faced before, basically. Wisp, Cloud, and then I don't think we've actually fought a 3rd type, so that's actually going to be new. This one we might actually need to boost up a little bit for. So actually, the very minimum dragon form for you, then. Attack up for Karn. And we'll see how the damage turns out. That might be what leads to me using Bo's spells or not. His health bar still moves decently. He definitely takes less damage from physical, though, based on Karn and Bo doing the same amount of damage, basically. Yeah, it still does 80. That's not bad. He is not dying nearly as fast as the last one, though, and his magic is dangerous. I probably shouldn't burn through all of Bo's spell power, though, so I gotta be careful about that. Ditto with Nina's spell power, admittedly, so... Yep, there's Devastate. Okay, yeah, Nina just counters magic. That's just a thing she does with one of the things she's wearing. So it's not necessarily that she countered with the E key, she just has like a weird earthquake counter when she gets hit with magic. Don't know what she has that's doing that, but that's cool. I like that. I would like that to continue happening. Kill Bo. He's the worst off of the batch right now. Oh, he also has Burnout. But is it 3? Is it Revenge? Is it Paradise? Need to know. Karn. That's what I was expecting. That's why I was nervous about healing in Karn in particular there. The debate was, do I use a meat here? And I think this turn might be a meat turn. But here's the trick. We have Bo use the meat. And Nina heal herself a little. In case the turn order goes against us here. Okay, it did, but not in the way I was worried it would. But the meat will do more than enough to hold us together for the rest of this, without us having to burn a bunch of turns healing, and with Nina's individual heals. Okay, yeah, she just counters with whatever she gets hit with. Okay, that's the cloud gone. Well done. Now, round 3. He's a mist. And yeah, we have not fought a mist yet. So I don't know what this thing's gonna do, but this is why we saved some of Bo's magic for this. And obviously, we are going to put some more significant buffs around, but first order of business, as always, is boosting Karn's attack to make him more relevant and turning into a dragon. Okay, so he's got a bigger burnout spell. So let's go ahead and put the shield on Bo, because it seems to really like targeting Bo. Let's see if that works on his magic. Nope, he T-bolted me. Oh no, he's T-bolting everybody. But Bo did take a lot less damage than everybody else, so I think shield might be a magic protection spell and not a physical protection spell like I thought it was. So that's an oopsie on my part, but you know, that's okay. Wouldn't shield yourself, because with the shield you should survive anything he does, and then you'll be able to heal afterward. Yep, that's kind of what I figured. Have your own fire spell back, asshole. Isn't it nice when the AI is predictable? Put an acorn back up a bit. You need to put your life back together, and you just keep attacking. Good crit, good crit. Oh, you have a recovery ability of your own. Thankfully, not a very good one, so meh. Pop Bo up a bit. I know Karn didn't get a shield, but he hasn't been targeted yet, so I'm not as concerned about him. Yeah, and it seems like he's just in a recovery loop now anyway. That was the other thing I was anticipating. Is he was just gonna keep recovering. Which at that point, just E-Keep will push his health down further. Or he's dead. Never mind. You are very determined. I will allow you to wake her. Sorceress, there is someone here to see you. No response. Sorceress, a descendant of the hero, has arrived. Please wake up. Still no response. We'll have to resort to Plan B. Yeah, that's one way to wake somebody up, I suppose. Ah, what's going on here? Our duty is to protect the sorceress. We have accomplished our goal. Please be nice to the sorceress. We will go now. Bye. Well, guess they get to move on now that their job's done. Better have a good reason for waking me. What's that? You want to sink the vessels of the Dark Dragons? Take this with you. We received the old egg. It's the old egg. Put it in a warm place like the volcano. It will hatch and the bug inside will cause a typhoon. I'm going back to sleep. Well, all of that just to get another egg. And we tossed the egg in that volcano we were already in earlier. See, I remembered that the volcano was related to dealing with the Dark Dragon forces. I just had my order of operations wrong, again. Happens a lot. Why do I keep hearing, like, tapping and shit? Probably just the house being weird. It bugs me when things like that are happening. Are you the wrong part? These do anything now? No. Aren't these the stairs I just took down? They are. Just wasted an entire marble fucking around there. Oh, you know, I'm stupid. This big open area is the door. For some reason, I was still looking for stairs when it was just a door. Just goes to show how well I remembered the area literally right behind where we were a moment ago. More than likely, I'll go deal with the whole thing with the volcano, and then we'll probably wrap up for the day. A, because I'm clearly getting a bit distracted by the noises I'm hearing, and B, I'm getting tired. I've already yawned a couple times, whether it was audible or not. So that is a good sign that we are reaching the end of the day. Go ahead and save just in case, but we are absolutely going to finish this section. One would really think, though, that the sorceress would have helped us more than just giving us some weird old egg. Really hope that this whole old egg thing doesn't come back to bite us. But, you know, we'll find out. Yeah, it doesn't actually lead anywhere. Just double checking, because, like, we had other places just down skinny paths, so it's like, is this one of them? Did I forget? Because we've done a lot so far today. All centered around this interior lake where Prima is, basically. We could stop off in Prima, but I have no real reason to do so. I'm just gonna take the direct route to the volcano, chuck the egg in, and find out what it does. See if that typhoon actually happens. Which, thankfully, having cleaned out the treasure in here, we can go pretty quick through here. So actually, we might not stop after doing this. It depends on how much actually happens from us doing this. It's more important than me getting a bit sleepy, as my throat's getting tired, too. But my throat has been particularly irritable again the last, like, week or two. Which is mildly concerning. But it may just be the weather. Or causing extra issues. Considering it went from buried in snow to the last couple days have been like high spikes temperature-wise. Though I've been hearing from quite a few people that that's the case in a lot of places. But it is, you know, heading towards springtime, so it's spiking back and forth in temperatures not too unusual. But the timing is a little odd. Like, it's a little early in the year for that to be happening. Usually the temperature gets real swingy in more like March or such. Which we're almost there, so it's not too abhorrent or weird. The old egg has grown larger in the volcano. Oh, it takes us back to her. You're back already? What's the hurry? I wanted some more sleep. World's in chaos? You need my help? Okay, let's go. Ow. So we throw the egg in and then suddenly we're back here and she joins the party. Okay. Sure. And then we go back to Prima where... Oh no, he is here. I thought everybody had left. You must be tired. You can rest until they make their move. They're finally making a move. Please, Blue, use your magic. Of course. Do the right thing, you'll get your license back. Yes, sir, I know. Well, Yura, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you were having a grand time. We're just working our way through with some Breath of Fire, as usual, for Mondays. If you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. It's important to take care of yourselves. I pledge in the name of the metalsmiths, we will stop the weapon. Ah, nice, nice. When I turn into a big fish, you can ride on my back. Ta-da, he's a fish now. Yeah, I know the feeling there. Not necessarily deeper voice in particular for me, but lots of different voices here today. How is it out there? The enemy is approaching fast. Stop them. We're tightening our defense. Good luck. So much for that typhoon that was supposed to happen. Ready to surface. Yeah, we've got to fight off the Dark Dragon Navy. No, we're surrounded by the enemy. We chose a bad place to surface, huh? We can't run, Blue. We need some fancy moves. This is gonna be interesting. Now, you'll see my real power. Typhoon Bug, do your work. Oh, we were just waiting for now for the Typhoon Bug? Okay. Nothing's happening. We're getting shelled some more, that's happening. Ah, whoa! There it goes. Okay, go, Typhoon Bug, go! You know, when you call it a Typhoon Bug, I don't expect it to go around setting ships on fire, but I'm here for it. I'm down with this idea. You missed a bunch of them. But there's still enemies here and the bug's gone. That's cool, only half the enemies remain. What's going on? Retreat! We'll have to beat them down below. And they're diving. Let's go after them. Good thing we still have those gills. Thank you, Name. Hope you're doing well. I'll stop the enemy. Hurry. Yeah, there's fights happening all over the place now. Drac, you take care of the leader. I'll handle the rest. Alright. You've destroyed my battalion. You'll pay for that. He's a crab. You'll notice I have a whole different party than I intended to have here, which might cause some issues. But Blue is, as expected, a sorceress of some renown, so she has a lot of different spells. And I remember what, like, 2 of these do. Mostly because they're spells other people have, like Fry. When in doubt, go for one of the most expensive spells, and you know what? Boom sounds good. Go Boom. And, you have Ebb, Ebb X, Eco, and Eco X now. Most expensive spell, go. I should have fixed my party before I did this, but... yeah, Pinscher's not that big a deal. Go, Fish Storm. Ow, okay, he hits really hard, though. He hits really, really hard, and I don't have a healer on this party other than Ox, which is not great. Boom him again. Eco X again. Ox, make sure Blue doesn't die. Gobi's gonna have to accept his life choices. No effect. Okay, that skipped the turn, which is not exactly the worst thing to have happened right now, actually. Okay, Ox, now keep Gobi from dying, now that we have the opportunity. Beesh. You lived through all that, huh? And just pummeled Blue into next Tuesday. You know what? That makes sense. I think the 3.5 and 5.5 are like earthquake spells or something. Is there meant to be like Richter scale indicators? I don't remember. Ox, use some meat for whoever is alive by the time your turn happens. Except we've won the fight already. Blue reaches level 20 immediately. F-ball has been learned. If I go down, I'll take you with me. And we're just gonna walk away. Ha, you're bluffing. Give up. Just push him away. I'm gonna blow you out of the water. I'm just gonna keep pushing you. This is easier than I thought. Da-da-da, don't underestimate my power. This is getting bad. Really bad. Let's go. So yeah, the crab was explosive. Who knew? My plans are going well, Jade. Done good work. Thank you, Emperor. What was the problem in Prima? Was it the light dragons? Those fools have been interfering with our search for the keys. The light dragons will pay for this. Get rid of them now, Commander, and find me the goddess keys. Yes, sir. Now things get more complicated. What do you make of this, Commander? Commander, I'm concerned. Could be the light dragons. It's not worth the Commander's time. General might be doing this to distract Commander Jade. Don't worry about it. We've got this covered. I'm leaving it in your hands to conquer the enemy and find the keys. Yes, sir. So we've got 4 new problems to deal with. Where are you, Dragon of Light? Prima would be toast if that explosion was any closer. Come again anytime. Where you going, Gobi? I'm going with them. Drax still owes me money. Tell us the truth. You just want to be with us, right? No, I want my money. Come on, let's go. I want you to work hard so you can pay me back. Uh-huh. Yo, but you have such a one-track mind. What? I didn't hear you. Never mind. What? I'm missing something. Well, you're missing the memo that you're not supposed to be in the party, that's for sure. So here's what my plan was going to be. Is the party's gonna look something like this. Plus or minus a change when we get our 8th party member. But Blue, being a very potent magic attacker, kind of takes over Bo's spot, both in having significantly more AP and much more powerful magic at her disposal. Is we don't really need 2 physical attackers because we, the main character, kind of take on the role of physical attacker and magic attacker a little bit, depending on how the dragon attacks are treated. I'm not sure what they're ruled as, so I kind of put that in an either-or role. Karn obviously takes on the role of physical attacker, and Nina is the one keeping everyone alive. We'll also be kind of on and off tanking with the main character, probably, because we won't have Ox in the lineup. Now, that is the one downside to removing Bo, is Bo was the other very high hit point source we had. And that might be a reason why he ends up getting brought back in and replacing Karn, potentially. But that's going to be, and as things go along, I will make those decisions more finally. This is just what we're going to be working with right now. It's hard to argue with this much magic. Not to mention, Exit is a exit dungeon spell, from what I recall. So, very important to have a just leave the dungeon spell. Now, admittedly, I think she can use that even when she's not in the party, because you could just select her and use the spell anyway. But it is handy to have. Now, I was planning on stopping after that sequence ended, but since we did just get a raid, we should at the very least give some thought on that front. And I need to check something. Does Blue have an overworld thing she does? No, she's just the sorceress. Okay, that's fine. Let's ask around, see if there's something news-wise we're supposed to get here. Nope, they're just happy. Yep, you're still saying the same thing. They got a bunch of sandbags built up over here, it looks like. I'm glad you're all doing great now. Okay, so we still can't use the fish to go anywhere. But now business is booming for them because their fish are functioning again. We do need to rest at the inn because we are still kind of roughed up from the fight with Pincher. And of course, this is the most expensive inn we've seen. That makes nothing but sense considering this is the merchant town. I'm not gonna, like, push hard. I'm just doing, like, some final bookkeeping and things to round out time a little bit, you know? But I don't think there's anything particularly important to do here. I was just hoping to get a lead as to what we were going to be doing next from somewhere. Is we've been basically everywhere we can go. Oh, hey, the music on the surface changed. I'm not actually sure where we're supposed to be going from here. But as you can tell from the music, we've entered another phase of the game. That's kind of how this works for the most part, is you get your hint as far as that goes from the music changing. I'm gonna go ahead and snooze that ad because we're not gonna be here that long. I just wanted to try to figure out what we were gonna be doing next so we could actually use that like as the end idea here. This leads back to the fort, which is not where I need to be particularly. Oh yeah, and we can warp back to Wisdom now if I ever wanted to, but I don't see any reason to do that. I'm gonna go back to Gant, however. Hey, Silent Knight. Business as usual, of course. Let's talk to the people here in Gant now that their problems are solved and see if they have information. This can be used for good intentions. It all depends on the user. That's true. I didn't think we had a chance against the Dark Dragons. Ox and his wife are having a child. Isn't that great? I mean, maybe not the best timing, but you know, it's a good thing overall. Yep, you're saying the same thing. Maybe now that all this is settled, we might be able to talk to the smith up top and get something else. I feel like I need something else before he can do much for me, but I want to check the old spear and such as well, just in case. Shops are, of course, of no consequence to us at this point. Oh, he did say something different. Ox and his wife have become parents. I don't even have a wife. Well, get on it then, if you want that. Thanks for all your help. You must be tired. Please rest here. Okay, so we get a free inn here as a reward for what we've done. That makes sense. Please take care of my husband. It's a lot of beds for there only being Ox and his wife in that house, supposedly. So maybe they share houses around here. Which must get a little awkward when situations like, you know, what created the baby happen. You know, maybe they're discreet about it. Maybe those that are not involved go outside during that. Who can say? Among our ancient skills, there was a dark one. Very good. There's usually at least one evil skill among the old skills, you know. As a treat. Maybe now we can talk to the guy hidden behind the rocks. Wait a minute. This guy's gone now. Maybe he's upstairs. Oh yeah, he's up here taking a nap. We prevented the worst. Our skills won't be used for evil purposes. And he just flips over. He's been very worried and hasn't slept today. Worried about what? We've solved the problems. You got a new problem? He's out cold. Well, alright then. Anything else changed here? Nope. Let's go see the weird guy behind the dresser. Maybe he has something else to say now other than just talking about the spell that he knows that nobody else knows. Because maybe he teaches it to Blue. Because that would make sense. My kingdom was destroyed. I'm the one of the few who know this spell. Nope. Nice. What did you end up settling on for dinner? I'm just gonna keep snoozing those ads till we're out of here. Like I said, it's not gonna be that long. Yeah, I know. Pre-roll ads are on now. I don't care. Yeah, this town didn't teach us anything new either. So I'll worry about figuring out what we're supposed to do next in between then. We know we're in danger from the allies of Commander Jade, and obviously the Dark Dragons are taking more notice of us. So that's something to think about. Let me go find us a raid target while we get through final thoughts and things for the day. Ah, okay. Since we, as always, have plenty of people to choose from, so it's gonna take me a hot minute to make a decision here. So feel free to hit me with whatever y'all want to ask about or talk about while we get this sorted. Just bear in mind you're only gonna have a bit of time. Because I am now out of snoozes, so in the next 10 minutes we are out of here. Where do I want to go? Where are we going? Been a bit since we've been over there. Haven't been over there at all. Curse you, universe, for giving me too many choices. Ah. Actually, you know what? No, that's the perfect choice. I have found the perfect option, actually. Is Evie just started her subathon today. Oh, but currently on a BRB screen. You know what? We're gonna stall for a minute here, then. Because I don't know what the BRB screen is about. But this is where we're going to go. I have decided. Because we support our friends' subathons, damn it. That's what we do around here. Well, good news! You're ending up in the same place anyway. Don't you love when something just somehow ends up lining up anyway? But let's see. May as well go through schedule and everything while we wait to see when the BRB screen changes. If after a little bit she's still on BRB, we're going over there anyway. Just trying to make it less obtrusive to whatever is going on over there, you know? But let's see. Today is Monday, so tomorrow we resume Dark Souls. The regret will continue. I'm gonna be doing some prep for that tonight into tomorrow, because I have a couple things up my sleeve to make that a bit easier for us, and to recoup some of the losses we had last week, especially the one where I just kind of had my souls phase through the floor. So I'm gonna fix that, like I mentioned I was gonna do, because I think that's a reasonable thing to get sorted. Losing the 8,000 that we lost to dying, that's fine. That's how the game works. The 11,000 that phased through the floor, though, I'm gonna do something about that. This way we'll actually be more or less where we're supposed to be. And there's probably gonna be some just general grinding that's gonna happen before tomorrow, if I have time as well. Just to smooth that playthrough out a little bit. And then Thursday is where things get interesting. You've heard me talk about this repeatedly before, but I'm going to keep mentioning it every time. We have our next big archipelago starting on Thursday. Hey, the Dragon Pelago with all those Dragon Council people, including Evie, who we're going to be going to see, ideally once this BRB screen goes away. But yeah, that's going to be a whole thing there. What I'll be playing for that, I'll go ahead and reveal it today, and I'll mention it again tomorrow as well, is we will be playing Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow again, because I tested it with the last archipelago, and that's why I ran it on the last one was I was testing the base form of it. I've now cranked the settings all the way up for it. Because this is going to be a much longer lasting archipelago. Then there's Mario 64, because I decided to bring something back that required more motor skill than memory. And Mario 64 was a good choice for that. And then the funny one, the funny choice I made was bringing Lunacid back. Now, for those of you that were here when that had happened before, Lunacid was a great time aside from finishing it. The very end of it was a pain in the ass. And it probably will end up so again, but it's going to work out better this time because we're not in a hurry. That's why I'm doing that this time. But I want to see the reactions people have when some of the weird items from Lunacid are things they end up picking up. So I think it'll be funny. But I see Eevee has returned, so we're going to go ahead and get this raid started up so we can all get out of here and get on with our lives. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Thank you again for the raid, Yura. Hex, if you're still here, thank you again for your raid as well. We will be back tomorrow, like I had already mentioned, with Dark Souls. And that's about it. Be good to Eevee, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Good night.